We got a stream.
Everything in life is very frightening, and our life so
All right, let me do the announcements.
don't know why even so violent. Mama, every thought I have, I'm done. But it's like I know, might just meet some guy and cry.
Now, I need to figure out how to make the bot work for, I got you tabbed. Yo, Darth MD, welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Need a good advice.
I have to figure out how to get the announcements working on my Discord. I tried to get the bots to work and I somehow failed. I need to try again. Couldn't figure out what was the problem. Anyways, let me type it out.
Like a zero.
Doing some memes, then going over Crowder versus Daily Wire drama. Yo, Magic Turtle, how you doing? The crew is getting together. We're ready for the heist. Blue pill me on the debt ceiling. I'm a bit of a simp for modern monetary theory, so if we're going to talk about debt ceiling, I'm going to be real with you. I think debt, and we've had this discussion before, I think debt is an important integral part of modern economy from a state's perspective, because it allows us to make huge long-term investments as like a society, as a nation, that will pay off multiples. Great examples could be nuclear power plants. For those are extremely expensive, huge upfront costs. But then over 50 years, you have basically almost free, huge source of energy. Hey, the music's distracting me.
You can tell me lies, please don't go.
Dude, I don't know what it is. Something about vocals makes it really, really hard for me to focus. Vocals. Also, it's a bit loud for me. I can just lower the headphones. Anyways. I assume that's what you're talking about. Like, right, like raising the debt ceiling so spending can continue. At the end of the day, I'm someone who really, really believes that you truly, truly improve society when you've got very, very liberal, choice of word on purpose, spending being done on key parts of society, whether it's education, healthcare, military even. I mean, look at the situation with Ukraine, whether you're for or against Russia. Just from an objective standpoint, the fact that the US has this insane level of spending and preparedness in their military meant that they were able to support Ukraine at the drop of a hat. Compare that to the reaction of European states, where it's been really, really difficult, sometimes because of political goodwill, but often simply because of the material realities of the European militaries not being ready to handle that level of required aid. Exactly. Exactly. Dark Brandon Rising. And ironically, look, as a lefty, most of my life, I have to admit, I've been against military spending. I was looking at a world in peace, and I was like, dude, what are we doing? Why isn't this money going to education, healthcare, etc.? Which those things do require money. Things do require more funding, and they pay off multiples. You invest $1 billion in education now, you're gonna get that back in 50 years, 50 times over in GDP, in a better society, more educated society, more competent society. Like, it's a no-brainer to me. I imagine at some point there's diminishing returns, but I think most of our societies are pretty far from that point. But hey, Realpolitik intervened. Turns out having a military is pretty important too. It's not something I had taken much into account as a younger person. But yeah, so there's a bill currently to abolish this debt ceiling entirely in the House. I had not heard about that. I want to like delay diving right into the Daily Wire memes, so we can do. Oh no, Discord. Not gonna show you my DMs. So we can check that out real quick. Debt ceiling, USA. McConnell. Okay, Reuters, top story. Mitch McConnell is saying that the U.S. debt limit solution must come from Biden and McCarthy. Oh, it's to avoid a default by Washington. Oof, that's rough. Help, I'm stuck in an ad, can't watch my favorite French streamer. Well, did you know that there are 2 services on Twitch that allow you to avoid ads? There is, you can sub to me, especially give me your Prime. But you can also buy Twitch Plus or Ultra or I don't even remember what it's called. No one buys that shit, but or you can just use an ad block, honestly. No, actually ad blocks don't really work that well anymore. Or watch the YouTube stream with ad block. That is true as well. I am multi-streaming. You can watch me on the platform of your choice. You can follow me on Facebook, where I never post anything, which is probably a mistake of mine. I probably should be posting things on Facebook, but you can still do it. American debt is a myth. It's real. That is real. As much as I can simp for modern monetary theory and deficit spending and all that, I'm not gonna pretend that debt is a myth. Unless you mean something else by it, then I'm all ears. Wait. Okay, so the U.S. is at threat of default because the debt ceiling has been hit, basically, right? Is that that's what's happening? The issue I see is the debt to GDP ratio. That's always the issue, right? And in all of our modern monetary theory, Western countries, the metric that people like, okay, in the media when people are debating that stuff, the metric that always comes up is like this whole sum. When you got like conservatives saying that we should reduce spending, they'll throw out like the debt is 50 gajillion. And that scares people because people think of their like debt as on an individual finance basis, where debt is bad, which it isn't even really, but people get scared of debt. Then you have the more rational approach to it, which is indeed to look at debt to GDP ratio, and I'm glad that's what you're looking at. That makes a lot more sense. What's the issue? No one knows how debt to GDP is a bad thing. That's not wrong. And as someone who believes in MMT, I partially agree, but I do think that there is at least a valid argument there, where if GDP is the metric that we take to ascertain the health of the economy right now, the higher the debt to GDP ratio is, the higher the risk of the debt is. The debt being this investment, this like paying it forward concept I just talked about earlier at the start of the stream, that we expect returns on in like a stronger society, a better economy, more education, a solid military for our foreign relations, etc. All those things that matter on like a nation scale. Those returns will come, but can we survive until those returns come with that level of spending? If you look at it as like a company, you would be comparing the debt level of the company to its revenue. And I think in that sense, there is at least a logic in a debt to GDP ratio. It's like a debt to revenue ratio for a company. But that assumes all debt has the same payback date, which is not the case. That is true as well. It's a gross metric, right? It's not precise. Same to take the analogy of the company further. If you're looking at a company's finances, looking, hey, should I buy the stock? Where it's going to go to? You're going to start off and see, okay, the company's got this much debt, this much revenue. But obviously, if you're doing proper due diligence, you're going to look into a lot more, like where is that debt coming from? What was it invested in? When's the payback date, etc., etc. You're going to dig a lot further. I'm here for memes. The memes are gonna be serious discussions. We're already in like a big debt ceiling modern monetary theory debate apparently. The EU thinks the perfect debt ratio is around 65% of your GDP, which is hilarious because no one in the EU, no, Magic Churl, don't worry. No one in the EU respects the EU's ideal debt ratio. No one, okay? It's absolutely insane to take like the EU's ideal debt and use that as any kind of metric. Literally, I think France is over like 100%. Germany, most Western European countries are around like 90%. Eastern European countries, I'm not sure about. Just borrow more. Who better to lend to than America? Until that changes, debt is a myth. What will you do? Repossess stuff? Actually, true. And I think that's also the logic behind what Chao is saying. At some point, you have to realize that the collateral when you lend money to the U.S., when you build like transactions off of U.S. debt, etc., the collateral is literally right now what is the strongest nation on Earth, or at least one of the strongest nations on Earth. Unless you're actually betting that the nation is going to completely tank and collapse, there's no reason to really be afraid for your debt. Are we at the Daily Wire stuff? No, I'm currently stalling until I dive into the Daily Wire stuff. And thanks to my good lads in chat, Magic Shrill and Chao, we dove into monetary theory and debt ceiling discussion. So we're on that for like a couple minutes at least. Yeah, the bad zone is around 150 plus. Okay, let's see where France debt to GDP ratio. Where is it at right now? 98.1%. Oh, I thought it went over 100%. Italy is 135%. UK. Let's see more EU countries real quick. No, Google. I don't want to give you my location. EU countries, debt to GDP ratio. Yeah, Eastern Europe is low. Denmark is at 30. Whoa, Denmark is at 36.7%. That's really low. Generally speaking, I think generally you can expect, for example, Eastern European countries tend not to do a lot of social spending. They tend not to do a lot of deficit spending, but also, even more importantly, and this is something that sucks in the EU, is that the EU is really hypocritical when it comes to those things. Like the EU will fine and put a lot of pressure on Eastern European countries when it comes to debt, perhaps for good reason. Like when you see what happened with Greece. It's understandable that there's far less confidence in Eastern European countries in properly handling deficit spending in a responsible way compared to Western European countries. But there's also a bit of hypocrisy there, where Western European countries, they're like, France is like, okay, I'm gonna hit 98% debt. Huge COVID deficit spending, bail out all my businesses, huge social security nets, make sure quality of life is upheld, etc., etc. And then when, Eastern Europe wants to redo their highways and stuff, the EU is like, no, careful with your debt. Am I European? I'm between worlds. I'm actually American. I was born in the US, born and bred in the US until I was like 5 or 6 years old. Then I moved to my parents. I didn't move by myself. My parents moved to France. and I've been living in France ever since then. Also, my family's from Poland, so I have family in Poland, I have family in Germany, I have family in the UK, but I don't really talk with them. It was the least American. Hey, I'm a licensed shooter. I've been learning to shoot, so I'm getting back in touch with the true American culture, my American roots. Are you American, Shawshank? Shawshank. Apparently, it's really easy to sell debt to people. Just call it credit and give them a card. But when it comes to governments taking debt, the world explodes. True. You're Indian. Oh, awesome, dude. I still haven't had the privilege of going to visit India, and I know India is a huge country, right? A lot of people call India a continent. So obviously there's a lot to see there. I would love to come see your country. My parents actually were asked me anything about India. Where are you from in India? I think that's like the first question to ask. If you don't mind replying, if you don't want to share your personal information, that's understandable as well. What I was gonna say, I grew up in a Buddhist family. Now, my parents were indoctrinated in Korean Buddhism, but obviously Prince Siddhartha was from India. India is the birthplace of Buddhism, so that's how I feel like I have a little bit of a connection to India in that way. To be fair, India is the birthplace of a million different religions too, actually. Personal information from India. You're from Mumbai. Nice. Originally from Agra. Okay. Awesome. How are you liking it? India is a subcontinent, its own continental plate. If that's your barrier for being a continent, India can be a continent, but then Italy is either part of Africa or its own continent. I feel like right-wing, ethno-nationalists, including Italy as like lumping Italy in with Africa could be a great talking point. Is grade very cheap? Guess how much I pay for a haircut? Oh, I imagine it's hella cheap. And I imagine it's also a really much nicer haircut than what I get. Like with a head massage and everything. There are two continents, change my view. Oh, I agree. Continent debate are so much fun because they're dumb as fuck. I agree as well. Dude, when I realized that Europe is not a real continent, I felt so much smarter than the rest of the world. I paid $65 for a haircut, Jesus. A top-class haircut with a semi-massage where the guy comes to my home. Damn! Yeah, here for home service with like a top-class haircut, I think I would have to pay at least 100 euros. Hey, Ford, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. All right, just before we move on from the debt thing, Chow, I agree with you on one hand, where like college credit, give them a credit card, and people are willing to buy debt. But the flip side of it, there's this huge stigma, right? Whenever you talk about debt with normies, they not that like Magical or you are normies, but like you know what I'm talking about. You talk about the government debt to people, and they're like, oh shit, but when are we gonna repay it? They are in this like personal finance mindset that has nothing to do with the calculations and responsibilities of a nation balancing its budget. It has nothing to do, and the consequences, the things you're weighing, the decision making just is completely different, and that drives me crazy. Hey, Damdanet, I pay $4, no shave. Shave is $2 more. Oh my god. Dude, I like my favorite haircut place right now it's pretty expensive because it's in this like hip gay part of the city. And they oh god, actually one of the haircut people there is flamboyantly not flamboyantly, but he's more of like a bear. But he's really gay. Like the last time I was there, I was hearing him talk with the guy cutting my hair about how he felt like the last guy whose hair he cut was really hot and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, so it's like in a hip part of the city, so it's a bit more expensive as well. But it's like 40 euros for the haircut, and then I think it's another like 15 or 20 for the shave. which I'm not paying for that. Like I'm just gonna shave myself. Last time an Indian came into UA's chat, I started off saying I love Indian cuisine because I really love it, then I scared them away. Dude, Indian cuisine, there's several Indian cuisines as well, but oh man, Indian cuisine is one of my favorite foods in the world. Unironically, I really like spicy food, so that helps a lot as well. But it's totally worth paying €40 for a haircut, in my opinion. I would say it depends how often you get your haircut. If you have a haircut where you actually need to go to the barber shop like once every couple weeks, that's starting to be a pretty fucking expensive. It's like the one thing men have to do to look good. I agree. The difference between someone who takes like that bare minimum care of themselves, a little bit of work on the hair, a little bit of work on the beard, and etc., and not doing that, it's like 90%. You're 90% there to being like a really hot guy. Absolutely. I have a plan actually, since I live in India. I want to create software and sell it in the US. That is, if you can pull it off, that's a great plan. Making like Western money and living in India, you're gonna be living like a king, my dude. I wish you the best of luck. Actually, no, not luck. I wish you the best of skill. I don't know, fuck normies, they're stupid. Based. Right now I'm creating software for OnlyFans creators. That's good, you found a niche. You found that's a good way. That's a good way. Like if you've identified a need or a place where you can create a need. Sounds like you have an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but women have to get their nails done, pussy waxed. No, you don't need the pussy waxed. Okay. Shut down with that noise. You don't need to get your pussy waxed. I absolutely resent that idea. Oh, and for women, the price is too damn high. Okay, if I was a woman and I had short hair, I would be so mad. I would be so mad going to get my hair cut. I understand why it's more expensive, because on average, women's haircuts are like more demanding and there's more work to be done. But if I had short hair, why the fuck am I paying more? It should actually just be like a short long hair distinction on the prices, not a men woman distinction. And hey, the place I'm going to, I guess it's like a men's only barbershop too. But there the distinctions are like the techniques they're gonna, if you want to fade, that's a bit more money. Fade like a hoe. Oyo is going to the reverse. He's going to become a huge content creator and then move to India. That would be a good plan. Okay. India would probably be awesome. If I'm gonna actually do that, it would probably be Poland, honestly. Poland would be the master plan for myself. If I can like actually make money off of content creation at some point, I could go to Poland and quadruple my buying power. And I speak the language. Like, just as far as how easy it would be to live there, it would be the perfect plan. For me, personally. You gotta trim as a lady. It's not about preference, unless if you like to eat hair while eating her out. I've made my peace with it, okay? I've been with women... I tend to be with women who are not necessarily like tradcon for obvious reasons, myself being that I lean left, that I'm pretty open-minded and liberal about things. And quite a few of the women I've been with don't shave. I've been with women who don't shave their legs. I've been with women who don't shave their armpits. And I actually like it. Do you like eating her out if she has a bush? Yeah. Look, the only thing that changes is that during the first 5 minutes, a couple times, I need to stop and pull a hair out of my mouth, which is always, it's just like a funny, cute moment, like, oh, hey, sorry. And it's like, I don't know. I don't It's like a personal thing. I understand if you need like a trim there or whatever, but it's like a taste thing. I don't want to like make you feel judged for your own tastes. But for me personally, I like being accepting of the other person's body. If like I'm attracted to them, to who they are, from top to bottom, and I'm down with what happens, you know? There's fluids, there's hair. Sex is messy. Sex is just a messy activity, and there's nothing you can do things to mitigate it, but at some point there's still gonna be a mess, and you just gotta accept it. To be honest, that happens to me regardless. Yeah. Steak tartare with floss, aka eating her out. Exactly. India has too many people. You won't like it in public. It's hot too. You might have a point there. Yeah. Especially if the plans to like move there with my girlfriend. She would not enjoy it. You with a travel show would be awesome. I watch so many bad travel YouTubers. I would love to do that. I don't know if you caught my the last time I did like an actual travel stream was in Amsterdam, and I did this IRL stream on the last day. It was based as fuck. It was the best energy I ever had on an IRL stream. It was just insanely awesome. And I enjoyed it so much. I was like talking to different people. Like people were smiling at me. I was just like the social energy was insane. It was amazing. I think the VOD is still the VOD should still be up. But I was just like having like impromptu experiences with a bunch of different people that I normally would never have in my life, and that's something so awesome, so precious. Let's see. I think it was a while back. Yeah, most of my stuff's unlisted, blocked. Paris on rollerblades. IRL Paris. Oh, post TwitchCon chilling in Amsterdam. Yeah, it's after that. Okay, I'm not sure where it is. I'll need to find it again. Any update on stream from the Ukraine front? Don't know when. I don't think I'm gonna do that, honestly. It would be interesting, but I saw you in the snow. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do, dude. I'm ready for this year's ski trip. I got myself this. Here, let me show you. I got myself this. I'm gonna do a test run sometime in the next like week or two, maybe like this week. So I got this. I can like strap it across my chest. Strap it across my chest. Boom. Attach the phone here. And I'll be able to ski, ski hands-free, and have the phone here, like so you get the actual POV. I'm gonna do a test run with my rollerblades, just like skating, just like skating through Paris. It's cold right now, which is also has been making me not that enthusiastic about doing it. But yeah, I don't know. I want to try it out. See what it gives. Honestly, for digital nomad places, India isn't that good, but Thailand is really good. I would love to visit Thailand as well. I remember the dudes coming by on bikes and screaming, "Oh yo, yeah." Stream is cool, but I think a YouTube would pop off, especially if there are multiple languages, food reviews, you on public transit, etc. These niches pop. Yeah, that would definitely be something to try. Right now, well, yeah, because the YouTube content I've been putting out are like highlights from my streams. but I don't think we've ever done highlights from the IRL streams, which would definitely be cool thing to do. Wait, you can do an OnlyFans now too. Why? Hit piece on Andrew Tate on YouTube when, or Aiden Ross. Oh yeah, I'll see. I've started doing a little bit of research on Aiden Ross, and I'm not sure what angle to take because, like, I've been thinking about it. Honestly, I don't mind him. I mind the hypocrisy of him, like how he made his career off of baiting sex workers on his his channel, but the reality is, like, his arguments about why sex work shouldn't be done on Twitch, it being a portal to OnlyFans and that kind of stuff, it's true, or at least there's a sensible argument to be had there. I don't want to hate on him too hard over that either. I'm thinking about it. Read the comments of your last video. Yeah, I know. It's insane there. But I need to do something. I need to do something because the second you criticize Aiden Ross, you get so many dick riders. It's free real estate. I'd love to have more OnlyFans girls, more business for me. Yeah. Hey, maybe I'll transition and become an OnlyFans girl just for you. Try Dubai. It's good, but it's expensive. Yeah, dude. Honestly, ethically, I would be a bit bothered as well. I mean, yes and no. Okay. Okay. Let me nuance that a little bit. Honestly, I think a lot of people don't understand what life really is like in an authoritarian country. At the end of the day, people still fall in love. People still go out at night. People still have fun, live their lives, enjoy their lives. And for the most part, they just ignore what happens in the government. They just work around it. They figure it out, right? At least that's what I saw in China. But do they, though? They do. Mostly, there's a bit of a selection bias there, where the people who will be adversely affected by the politics, like say you're a Uyghur in Xinjiang, in China, circa a couple of years ago. Yeah, you're gonna be politicized, and it sucks. But China is an authoritarian hellhole where they monitor your thoughts. Yeah, it is. And at the same time, but the surveillance is. And obviously they don't monitor your thoughts, but I get the exaggeration. It is, but at the same time, at the end of the day, people are still living there. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. When Westerners who've never been in those countries are imagining living there, they get like so stuck up on the on all the negative news and don't realize that there's still, especially in China, there's literally over a billion people living just normal lives. Obviously not very political lives. They don't participate much in the government's decisions because that's how you also make it, how you survive. But they can read your mind. What a delusional lib. Oh my god, you absolutely BTFO'd me. True. Dubai doesn't have slavery. There's no HR violations in Dubai unless you count the religious aspect. So what I've heard from investigative journalists is that Dubai has this or at least construction workers especially suffer from this very indirect form of slavery, where like your passport gets taken away, and you're forced to live in horrible conditions, where you cannot make it out of the country, or you cannot get better work conditions or complain about your horrible unethical work conditions. It used to happen in Dubai, not anymore. If that's true, then good. I'm really happy to hear that. You'll have to accept that. I'll want to kind of wait and see more. how whether they actually successfully cracked down on this like human trafficking slavery thing. But if they have done it, good. I'm really happy to hear that. That's awesome. I respect that. Also, I really like your name, President Bolsonaro. I really like it. Normal is different is what I'm saying. That is a fair point, Jokes. Yeah, the normal is different. I don't know what my experience talking politics in China when push came to shove. When I was there, it was interesting because you still do talk about politics with people. It's just you talk about it when you behind closed doors, right? I talked politics when I was having dinner with like Chinese friends, and it also was easier for me because I always came from a like super respectful place. I wasn't going there to like debate bro Chinese people into you know shitting on their government. I went there like, hey, this is what I've heard about. This is what I've heard and what I know about the annexation of Hong Kong, because that was like the relevant thing back then. What do you think of it? Like asking questions, trying to get more of a discussion, listen to their perspective, give a bit of my perspective, but in a not non-confrontational manner. And then the conversations went well. I did not get denounced to the Chinese Secret Services, unless it happened without my knowledge, and I'm on the list now, but I don't think so. The most heated conversation I had was with a friend's wife. My friend being French, his wife being Chinese, and we started talking about the Uyghur thing, the Uyghur, like the cultural genocide thing, and in that specific discussion, she got quite a bit heated. She got mad at what she perceives as Western propaganda, Western lies, defaming the image of China in the world, etc., etc. Like I said, I wasn't there to like debate bro people, so I was just like, well, that's not really what the perspective I've seen, but okay. It is Western propaganda. She's right to be mad. Honestly, I do think I do expect that within like 20 years, some of the stories around the Uyghur situation will have been revealed to have been made up or exaggerated. But I also do believe the basic facts about the situation, which are like Adrian Zenz, who, look, I'm sure you know the talking points about Adrian Zenz. He's a whack job. He's a wacky person. He's not a very, yeah, you just said it. He's an evangelical crusader. I agree with you. But Adrian Zenz's original report cites direct Chinese government demographic statistics about the ethnic populations in Xinjiang. And there has been a very sudden and significant demographic shift in birth rates and also just in overall demographics of the province of Xinjiang. And those kinds of shifts now is Adrian Zenz's explanation of forced sterilizations with, there's also those witnesses claiming that those things happened. Maybe they're faked, maybe they're false. I understand that some people are skeptical of it, but there has to be some kind of explanation for sudden demographic shifts of that level. Those things don't happen like suddenly for no reason. And then, what Shashank just talked about, this is not genocide, just forced assimilation. There is also a very valid, more ethical question to be asked about forced assimilation, or what people generally nowadays call a cultural genocide. Is it something that we should be doing? There are arguments for, there are arguments against, but I think it's valid to have a discussion about it. Adrian Zenz misrepresented numbers and moved the decimal points. Zenz asserted there are 10 IUDs for every woman in Xinjiang. His citing of original sources was not accurate. I read his report, And everything I just stated was the parts of his report that were directly based off of the government's demographic statistics. Nothing. What I just said. I said nothing about IUDs. I only cited exactly what I saw from the charts from the Chinese government, and saying that there is valid to wonder why was there such a big demographic shift. Those things don't happen normally. Uyghur language is taught in Chinese state schools in Xinjiang. The same cannot be said for native languages in the West. I live in France, and something that I found interesting was to notice, I learned a couple months ago, for example, that the way France has treated ethnic minorities within France, and specifically their cultures, like their native languages, actually is very, very similar to what is nowadays called cultural genocide. So yes, it is also fair to point out that Western countries, some of the Western countries have done it too. But also, exactly what Joksa just said, just because Western countries did it 100 years ago does not make it ethically well-founded. Forced assimilation is most likely considered ethnic cleansing. I think there is an argument for soft assimilation. There can be, from a sense of like very basic practicality. I think there can be an argument made for it, because it makes sense for a country for everyone to speak the same language in a country, for example. It makes sense for that cultures are slowly miscegenate and mix and become more homogenous. Those things will happen by themselves to a certain extent, but also having like one language across a single country. I understand why many nations have been very forceful about that in the past. I don't think I agree with it, with how forceful it was, but I do think that uniting around a language is something that pretty much all countries had to do at various points of their history. Population decline is normal with birth rate decline is normal with economic progression, but it is progressive if it's normal. If birth rate decline is normal, it is progressive. It doesn't. The demographic statistics. If we pull up, let me pull it up again. There's nothing wrong with assimilation, but you shouldn't force that. Yeah, that's roughly what I was saying. Is this the original report? I just want to find the charts I was talking about so we can... oh yeah, XinjiangPoliceFiles.org. That's the website. Files, research reports. Not to mention, right now I'm being super charitable with your point of view. Like I'm conceding a lot of things, right? I'm conceding your skepticism of multiple testimonies of human rights violations and brutal repression, like as well as various leaked documents. I understand also you can be skeptical of those things, but there is a huge amount of evidence that you're just dismissing outright, out of the bat. And I'm willing to discuss the situation with you, with that having been completely dismissed, because I think there looks to be something fishy, even if you dismiss all of those things. But let's keep in mind, I'm being super, super charitable with the skeptic point of view here. That is not necessarily what I personally think. I think it was this report, the original one. Let's see. Damn it, I'm not finding the original report with the demographics data. Okay, if you I wasn't expecting to like a deep dive again into this. I have to confess, I did it a while back, like reading the reports and stuff to make up my own mind on the question. But it's definitely been a while since I've perused those things. So you might have to come back to me like tomorrow or another day I'm streaming, and I'll try to find the Zen's report I was basing my claims off of again, so we can actually just look at the facts. I'm sorry. One-child policy was never applied to ethnic minority groups in China. I know about that. Yeah, that is true. Ethnic minority groups were exempt from the one-child policy, which actually, to be fair, it's actually really interesting as well. I mean, that has nothing to do with like Uyghur, Han, whatever stuff. But the one-child policy thing not applying to ethnic groups, my understanding is that it also bred a lot of resentment towards the like exceptional privileges given to of this type given to minority groups. Sweden, they need to go for forced assimilation, 20% immigrants, 20% Muslim population, etc., etc. I think there are two issues here, Shashank. Firstly, I think it's normal that as we live in a more, global society, modern world, people travel, people change, people bring their cultures with them, cultures change, cultures mix and match. I'm not a fan of, personally, since I believe, for example, in women's rights and LGBTQ rights, I'm not a fan of fundamentalist Muslims coming into more liberal countries and trying to change them to become horribly conservative. That is something I personally fight against. But I have no problem with Muslims. I don't think there's anything wrong with, say, there being more Muslims in Sweden. That in this of itself, there's nothing wrong with that. Freedom of religion goes in all directions. And more importantly, even if you believe that there was something wrong there, which I absolutely don't, and I'm willing to debate you on that, but even if you do believe that there's something wrong there, President Bolsonaro just pointed out, and he's absolutely correct, or she's absolutely correct, they're absolutely correct, there is no group of human beings where the birth rate doesn't decline when the quality of life and the material conditions improve. None. So sure, immigrants coming from a life where they had poorer material conditions will have a higher birth rate for one generation, maybe two, and then as they become part of as they have become part of society with the same kinds of with a more similar same kind of education, the culture will have influenced them, and most importantly, the material conditions have improved. The birth rate will decline. I really am hugely skeptical of this narrative of Europe being taken over by brown people, and even if it was, who cares? Okay, what is there something inherently wrong with brown people? Is there something inherently good with white people? It's just skin color. It's just epidermis. It's melanin. Why does it matter? If other ethnicities want to go there, they should not have citizenship or eventually right to vote. The immigrants will never be as rich as the ethnic Swedes. It will create too much tension. And generational wealth is a whole other can of worms. I'm just talking about basic material conditions. As for ethnicities who want to go there, they should not have citizenship or eventual right to vote. I disagree. I think it's good that most Western countries have paths to citizenship for people who aren't born there. There's like two terms, where when it comes to citizenship, there's right of blood. If you have the descend from someone who had citizenship, right of land if you're born on the land. I like that many countries have a third path where you can just acquire citizenship through living there for a long time. Then the nation will no longer make sense. It will still make sense. The nation will still make sense. The nation will make sense civic, right? Yeah. The nation will make sense. It's just that it will not be an ethno-state. But the definition of a nation, the meaning of a nation is not in ethnicity. The meaning of a nation is in groups of people working together to build a society. Living in a society. I know that the sentence is a meme, but it's literally that. It's a group of people living in a society. Whether those are multiple groups, whether it's a single group, doesn't matter. Only ethnostates are real. America equals a mirage. Well, we already decided that the US debt is not real, so why not? The US is not even real either. Also, an interesting thought process: should we just set every religion or ethnic thing and bound that the land for eternity? How look how silly does this sound? Oh wait, yeah, you mean like, yeah, we just like, okay, now this there's only Muslims living on this side of the border and only Christians living on this side of the border, and no one will ever go over to live elsewhere ever again. Like, come on. It's not as strong a bond as same ethnicities. The nation will be weaker. I predict a Lebanon-style thing in Sweden. I don't even know what you mean by a Lebanon-style thing. You realize that there are Middle Eastern countries that where and Middle Eastern cities where life is actually really nice. Lebanon-based guide to Civil War. Well, yeah. Hey, yo, Spainard, how are you doing? I've been listening and reading for a good 15 minutes. Why are people focused on a religious group of people in a country? It's a common talking point. So usually it comes from very far right-wing people who are very concerned about ethnicity and ethnostates. And the talking point is Europe has taken in this many brown people over the past 30, 40, 50 years. Their birth rate is this. White people's birth rate is declining. So Europe is going to become brown people. It's usually memified when people like joke about Sweden, Sweden being basically what's the term again? Oh, Swedistan. Yeah, like Sweden. People will call Sweden Swedistan, or Germany, Germanistan, stuff like that. And like, the reality is, sometimes there are big problems with immigration. I'm not going to pretend that there aren't. But to generalize that to immigration is bad because they're Muslim, or immigration is bad because they'll have more children, is grossly oversimplifying and misunderstanding what are the much more nuanced issues when it comes to assimilation, integration, different cultures coming into contact, the economic dynamics as well. Muslim is basically an ethnicity for all practical effect. Tell that to the Shiites and Sunnis murdering each other as well. I mean, there are ethnic splits within Islam that are really, really bloody as well. I would separate Turkish people and Muslims as separate ethnicities, even though they are Muslim. Moroccans are Muslim as well, but also considered white. And it depends who you're talking to, obviously, but yeah. Okay, Sunni Muslim is basically an ethnicity, except Turkish. And there's Shiite, there's Kurdish people who are basically being bullied by every single Middle Eastern nation and ethnicity. And look, shit gets complicated when you start looking at the reality of it. And at the end of the day, I think, look, the one thing I will grant you is that I I am not in disagreement with nations having immigration quotas. Okay? I understand that a nation often will require a certain time, especially when you have like strong social security nets, a certain time to take in people and have them contribute back to the system. And you need to balance the books maybe on that level. That being said, I'm unaware of any Western nation being anywhere close to a breaking point when it comes to that. And if that quota is based on skin color, then that would be racist. That quota should be based on objective facts, such as first off, just raw numbers. You know, like a first come first served is one approach to those kinds of quotas. I'm not a huge fan, but I understand quotas based on productivity potential of people, say like the green card. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. I think the green card in the U.S. you have to like cite your diplomas. You'll let the immigration agents who will review your case know if you're gonna be someone who can come in and like be productive right away, get a well-paying job, fulfill a useful role in society or not. So in 500 years from now, everyone will look the same. What are the effects of that? Firstly, the way biology works is that people adapt to their environment, okay? People with brown skin color who live in a Nordic country, you know what happens? They produce less melanin. Like, I don't even know why that even matters. But if that matters so much to you, you realize that they will adapt to their environment just as the human beings who probably originated somewhere in Africa or in the Middle East also adapted to their environment in the first place to give birth to the white people. Who will we oppress if we all look the same? True. That doesn't happen over 500 years, to be fair. It doesn't happen, it won't happen entirely over 500 years, but it's already happening to a certain extent. Also, people will not look the same. People are still different. And even if they did, why does that matter? Why is that so important? I still don't understand that. Muslims don't like Muslim girls marrying into other religions. That wedding usually doesn't happen. Yeah, I've seen that a lot with more fundamentalist Jewish people. A lot with in China as well. Dude, my friend who married a Chinese girl, he got a lot of shit from Chinese people for marrying a Chinese girl. And so some countries haven't even started doing some of the like deconstruction of racism that we've been seeing over the past half century in the West. The rich will oppress all. Actually true. Actually true. Also with Catholics and Christianity. Yeah, Catholics do that too, especially if they're fundamentalist. I guess any fundamentalist whack job will do that. This is why I want to be rich. So you want to be the oppressor? Damn, son. Or to not be oppressed, obviously, right? I kind of disagree. I had some really fundamentalist Muslim girls that date me. Look super corny, but love conquers everything. I actually, dude, ever since I read that New York Times article from like 1934 about a Jewish wife and a German Nazi sympathizer husband, yeah, love can conquer all. If a Nazi can get married to a Jewish wife and they can found a family together, absolutely. All right. Okay. Should we get into get away from the ethno-nationalism and let's get into the Crowder stuff. So I have not pre-watched anything. Nothing. Zilch. Nada. I have no clue what's been happening. So I'm gonna learn in real time what's going on. You're on Crowder's side. Okay, we already got sides. Nice. We'll figure out who's on which side of this afterwards. But I kind of want to go chronological, so if anyone in chat has followed things, see me skipping like a step or a response or whatever, please do notify me. This is a dumpster fire grift. He's conning people. Okay, I don't know about this either. Well, we're gonna learn. Oh yeah, let me turn the music off. Boom. Let's go.
So stopbigcon.com now exists to begin with. It's been a while. Either this has to stop, or I'm going to have to stop. Either this, what I'm about to discuss, has to stop, or I don't know. This
God.
may just not be for me anymore. So
okay, this guy's doing the thing. This guy's doing the thing that I hate when other people do, and I've been trying to learn to stop doing it because I do it all the time, and I'm even doing it right now in this sentence. It is to talk about a thing that you haven't yet actually mentioned in your sentence. I do it all the time, and I need to stop doing it. I need to figure out like some kind of practice thing to stop doing it on stream because it's fucking horrible for people listening to what you're saying. Like the sentence is upside down, and he's doing it right now, and it's driving me mad. Let's speed him up. Actually, I think that's the solution here. 1.5 times for now.
A few minutes of your time because context matters here. I ask that you don't skip ahead. It won't take very long. This has been a long time coming. This is a conversation that I've actively avoided, sidestepped, and I've hoped and prayed that it not be necessary behind the scenes for a long while, but that's no longer possible. So if you've watched for the last decade, you know that
once in a while, it's good to do that to build suspense, make the viewers curious, I think. I agree, Chao, but it has to be intentional, right? I do it every single time. I like my brain's wired in this way where I just always like put my qualifiers in front and then say the thing I actually want to say. But you're right, like sometimes intentionally doing it is good, but I just do it in I'm on autopilot in that mode, whereas I'd rather it was a deliberate thing. You're just wired, bro. Exactly. Faded than the hoe.
I've always made it clear that we here at Mug Club are in the business of serving you, the viewer, you watching, listening right now. I've also made it clear that I wouldn't be in the business of attacking other conservatives, regardless of disagreements or personal issues. And I've always explained my logic was relatively simple. I believe that the world was better with more voices out there rather than less, regardless of minute differences, considering the magnitude of the battle that we are genuinely fighting for our country right now. But for the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country. We here at Mug Club, we thought that we were all in this together, that we were fighting the media, entertainment, industrial complex. We thought that we were all genuinely taking it to big tech. But too many of those in charge...
Okay, right-wing grifter discovers political infighting. This is literally what I'm hearing right now. Like, dude, didn't Lauren Southern go through this arc as well? Realizing that, hey, maybe because you share 99% of your ideology doesn't mean you aren't competing for views, doesn't mean you aren't competing for drama, for bait, for clicks. Like this is a tough world that you're making your business in if you're an influencer, if you're a YouTuber, etc. And in politics, it's only even I think there's something that's going to be like fundamentally more brutal when it comes to people in politics. So, yeah, that shit's going to happen.
Of the big conservative platforms are verifiably in bed with them. Big tech is in bed with Big Con. The people I thought were fighting for you, a lot of it has been a Big Con. Now, I'm specifically avoiding naming names or going after individuals in this video because I genuinely hope that those I'm addressing, and you know who you are, have a change of heart. It's never too late to do the right thing. Guys,
damn,
this is a genuine plea. We can all do better. We can all do better. It doesn't have to be this way. And please, don't make me have to provide receipts. Now, to the others out there who have now been able to verify, have been locked into exploitative contracts that I have the luxury of not having to sign, which is why I'm doing this. Those of you out there who've been locked into this, and you know what I'm talking about, stay tuned. I've got something for you before this video is done. So there are a few points to address. Now, many, but not all of the suits running the business of big conservative, big con, at best don't share your values and at worst are taking advantage of your good graces.
Big
As I've
con,
experienced it behind the
Lily.
scenes, I've watched our country be harmed as a result. So Mug Club. Professionally, it's meant everything to us here. Personally, too, but professionally, you are the entire reason for your ability to create this kind of content truly independently for the last 6 years. When I started doing, right-leaning, like comedy entertainment videos in 2009, maybe it was 2008, I really didn't have a plan. I didn't know the blueprint because there was no blueprint. I didn't know the ceiling because no one with this kind of content had ever really even tried it. It was you, Mug Club, you watching, supporting, who created the ceiling. And you made it clear that all of you were going to keep raising it. All I knew back then was that I was a conservative, I was a Christian, and there's nothing out there for someone like me. Not on cable, not on radio, certainly not on YouTube. And back then, that was really the only video platform. Live streaming wasn't really even a thing. All I wanted to do was to set out to create the kind of content, the kind of show that I always wished had existed when I was growing up. And I hope that there would be enough of you out there like me. Here's the thing. I was told that there weren't. I was told by the powers that be that you didn't exist. I was told that the only way to make a living in this business was to cater to older conservative generations, and that comedy, that entertainment, that edgy quote-unquote content didn't work on the right side of the spectrum. An entertainment show would never work. You, all of you, are the only reason that we here were even remotely vindicated. And Mug Club sealed it. I remember exactly where I was when I thought up the idea of Mug Club. I remember who I was with. I remember what I was eating. I remember why. I could see the writing on the wall back then, the big tech censorship on the horizon, the diminishing advertising revenue day by day, and I knew full well that demonetization from these platforms, it was inevitable. But I wasn't really sure that this would work. At that point in time, getting anyone to subscribe to anything was pretty much impossible. Everything on the internet was basically free except for pornography. Even Netflix, the only player in the space at the time between shipping DVDs of Poltergeist 3, they were struggling with online streaming. But I found a great partnership back then, a partnership with a company called CRTV, which later purchased The Blaze and used that name going forward. And on election night, 2016, so many of you signed up at the back end of our site crashed, we couldn't handle it. And it only grew from there. Now, I want to be clear about something. This video here, it's not about The Blaze. When they were purchased by CRTV, the company's goals, their vision, simply grew further apart from mine, from ours here. It just wasn't the right fit. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled about some things and the handling of Mug Club leaving, and that's why we launched mugclubforever.com, where you can sign up just to be able to reach you. This really isn't about
Mud Club or Mug Club. I'm a little bit confused. Mug Club. Wait, is it just about his mugs, the like Louder with Crowder mugs? Is that the thing? Mug Club, Louder with Crowder. Oh, it's like a newsletter. Okay. I guess that's one way to keep in touch with your community. Crowder is fighting for better contracts. It will be better for left-wing content creators too. Being against Crowder is literally being for the monopoly man with top hat and everything. I don't know. I at the moment, look, I'll make fun of Crowder. That doesn't mean I'm picking sides. Like, just please keep that in mind. I am literally just chilling and listening to him, and I'll figure out what's what when I hear both sides. Yeah, they're like $100 for those mugs. Jesus Christ, I need to be selling you some mugs. I got some great mugs right here for you. Definitely worth $100 buckaroos. When the average Republican IQ drops, then there's an audience for Crowder. Okay.
That's why I want to create some separation here. Business relationships end all the time. That's business. But I was in a period to field offers from other people, other key players in this movement. They flooded in.
The
Now,
mug
before
is
you guess who it is,
attractive. Hey, look.
before you
We're very open-minded here. We accept everything, even mug sexuals. I appreciate you coming out on my stream.
start trying to do some Sherlock Holmes work, there are far more people beneath the tip of the iceberg than you know about who are trying to get into the space. There are more than you would probably assume. So I went into free agency. I looked over the offers. And I saw the clause come out. And I don't just mean unreasonable demands for control, but what I would argue are immoral terms that actually punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech. And that's something that I just couldn't unsee. And I want to let you, it's not the exception. It's the rule. Kids out there coming up.
Okay, so at the moment, we already know what he's talking about, the Daily Wire. That's ran by Ben Shapiro and the other people, right? But okay, let's put ourselves in the shoes of someone who's just he was in negotiation with a company that will not be named in this video, and right now the way he's presenting it is that this company made an exploitative offer to him that he has the privilege of being able to refuse. this exploitative offer that he deems signifies that they're supporting, that they're in cahoots with the left-leaning, exploitative big tech. That is what I'm getting from him right at the moment.
We need to build a bench here in this movement. It's almost impossible. Don't sign these contracts. I now know what you are signing out there. I have the luxury of not having to. I don't have to be here. I don't have to say this. Please, don't sign this. Certainly not without professional legal counsel representation. Do not sign something that includes, let me go through this. Effectively, full ownership of all your social media platforms, channels, in perpetuity, the rights to your content, name, image, likeness, even the ones that you've built.
Okay, I want to say something right away. For someone who's built as big a brand as Crowder, that shit's worth like millions. Just that one single clause, ownership of his platforms, that's basically ownership of his brand that he's built up from with the Blaze partially, but basically from the ground up. Yeah, that shit's worth a lot of money for sure.
Don't sign contracts out there that include multi-million-dollar penalties for different. Let me read you an example of what I mean. And this would be if it was me. If Crowder fails to deliver a monthly content in any month or any of the quarterly content in the corner, including any and all ad reads, and by the way, all these contracts came with 3, 4, 5 ad reads per show, which would fundamentally change what this show is. Got to get those dollar bills. So if I failed to do that, it would be a $250,000 reduction in fee per quarter. If, let's say, we did do everything per quarter, but annually, maybe miss.
Okay, this clause is perfectly normal for a media company. This clause he just read is perfectly normal, right? If I signed a partner contract with Twitch right now, I would have to run ads. It sucks, but the first clause is like worth millions, but this second clause is actually pretty damn normal. He gets a fee in return, but Crowder's issue is about him being possibly deplatformed and then being reduced in pay because of his deplatforming. Yeah.
Something like, let's say we went and did a Change My Mind instead of a daily show, which of course requires a lot more work. It'd be a separate $1 million penalty.
Okay, sorry, I'm being really bothered by something dumb. My headphones. Let me. I'm getting more sound in the right ear than in the left ear. It's really bothering me.
If you miss a single piece.
Okay, now it's good.
And the amount of content required is not in line with, frankly, it's worse than Disney. It's worse than ABC. It's worse than NBC. It's worse than CBS. This is ownership of you and everything that you do. But here's just a drop.
Dude, do you actually think Disney would buy? Do you actually think Disney would buy your show? Come on, I get what he means though. Actually, no, I don't get what he means. This is not worse than Disney. CBS, Disney, all those people. If you sign a contract with them, they are going to buy a set number of episodes. You don't give them those episodes. You're in breach of contract, and that will have penalties as well. I don't know. Obviously, I don't work in the industry, so I don't know the exact numbers. But I think this sounds really, really normal to me. Like I don't know why he's going on about this clause specifically.
Private home. Don't sign something that has another $100,000 daily penalty if it's not signed off on beforehand. You get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you can lose $100,000 a day. Hey, anyone wonder why there's burnout in this? Anyone wonder why you have kids come up and they leave and never come back? You think if you had that kind of a penalty, you think if someone said, hey, we're going to penalize you $10,000 every day you miss coming into work, you think you'd be stressed?
Wait, is the contract for a daily show? Okay, $100,000 for missing one episode is way too much. I actually side with Crowder on that, on just that part. Let me reread it. Monthly and quarterly content. Okay, wait, daily content. If Crowder fails for any reason to deliver 192 episodes of The Daily Show, including any and all ad reads, promo reads. Wait, that's 192 episodes per year. That is huge. That is a lot of work. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that's a lot of work, but that's not daily. You still have days off. Okay. That being said, compare this to workers' rights in France. You can definitely get fired for a no-show. You can definitely get penalized for not showing up to work, but you will not be fined. If we look at it as like an employee-employer relationship, I see it as more of like a contractor-contractee relationship in the legality of it, which also opens up to a lot more punishment and fines and stuff like that, just from a legal perspective. From a moral perspective, I think in this case I'm not mad at it, considering that it's not like Crowder is not in a position of power himself as far as having a brand and his own channel, etc. But yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. Look at the disability clause. In the event of temporary disability or serious illness that prevents Crowder from performing, the fee will be reduced on a pro rata basis, not subject to the fee reduction schedule above. Okay, so what he just described of like car breaking down. What does pro rata basis specifically mean? Wait, how does a pro rata basis like the bare minimum would be if you've got a doctor's note and you can't make it to the show, you don't get fined. What the fuck? Why would you get fined if you broke a leg? That is insane. I'm hoping pro rata means you just don't get fined. What is a pro rata basis? It translates to in proportion, which means a process where whatever is being allocated will be distributed in equal proportions. Well, what's the proportion then? This is not clear. This is not clear. I would definitely ask for clarification on the disability clause. Yeah, that seems insane or abusable at the very least. If it's interpreted reasonably, it just means that your sick days are not counted against you, or like give you the sick days are give you proportionally more time to work on your show. But if it's read the other way around, it's insane. It's referring to the 1 million reduction in the fee per instance. I think it refers to all of the reduction in fees, because it's on the same level. Yeah, it's related to all the fee reductions. I mean, he cut the part he wanted you to see. That is true as well. That's true as well. That's a fair remark, Jokesta.
Daily penalty if it's not signed off on beforehand. You get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you can lose $100,000 a day.
Okay, so here he's lying. You get a sick day, you don't lose $100,000 per day. It's not clear how much you lose, but you lose a proportional, a pro rata basis amount based on the sick day, because you got a doctor's note. That's not. He's mixing up the facts here. We just saw that that's not entirely true, but yeah, we don't know exactly what the pro rata basis means. That's how America works, though. If you're paid hourly, you aren't paid. No, yeah, I get that. I get that. I'm not for, and I'm against that on a personal level, but I get that, Jokesta. It's just that on top of that, you're getting fined here. Except he's being paid up front, right? He's being paid up front. That is true as well. We're conflating two things. He's not an employee, he's a contractor. I just said that 5 minutes ago, Chinchilla, that yes, this is a contractee-contractor situation, not an employee-employer situation, absolutely. You also don't get penalized for not showing up, you just don't get the pay you would have got for the day. Yeah, but the Jokesta's point, and I get his point, is that Crowder is getting paid in advance. He gets a fee up front, and then the reductions are when he doesn't put in the deliver the work that he was originally paid for, right? Anyways.
Hey, anyone wonder why there's burnout in this? Anyone wonder why you have kids come up and they leave and never come back? You think if you had that kind of a penalty, you think if someone said, hey, we're going to penalize you $10,000 every day you miss coming into work, you think you'd be stressed? This is worse than the left frames their contracts.
This is worse than the left frames their contracts. Crowder, I wonder, perhaps people on the left care about workers' rights? Have you thought about that? Huh. Do you think maybe the people on the left are interested in power dynamics when contracts are being drafted and signed? Really joggles your noggin, does it? He's an employee since he cannot make content outside of Daily Wire. That is not how you determine who they're an employee or not. You can run a company, and the company will take on a contract for another company, and one of the clauses may as well be exclusivity. That is a clause you can end up negotiating. I worked for a company that did exclusivity on specific. It was a software development on specific technologies that we only did for a client, and then the client. We would negotiate with them. Okay, you want us to be exclusive. How much are you willing to pay for that? That kind of stuff happens on the negotiation table, and it's still a contractor-contractee situation. It's a 5-year thing. Yeah, normally there's a time limit on those things. Absolutely, yes. I get better. Crowder is going in with a whole collectivist mindset about his movement. Needs to push for a silent revolution. Crowder could be a socialist. Yeah, this is Crowder's lefty arc. I'm glad to see it. Even if he's called a contractor legally, he's an employee. Well, morally, you can make that argument. I'm not sure if I entirely agree. I need to learn more about his situation, and I'll see if I agree with you or not. People were calling this paper something else, not a contract. Okay.
Again, of course I didn't sign any of these things. But I now know what other kids are signing out there. And here's the worst part. Yeah, that's terrible. I think it's...
This is the new right-wing moral panic. After drag queens are teaching you kids LGBTQ, kids are made to sign contracts with the Daily Wire. Did you know in preschool, leftist teachers are making your kids sign contracts? Do you want that to happen to your kids? I bet not.
I just think that's wrong to treat people that way. But this is where, in going through this, and I need to take some time because, look, I've always tried to be a happy warrior, and I want to go back to that. I haven't been happy for a while. I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes, and you see how many people are complicit, it creates an air of hopelessness. It really does. Where you think the people are supposed to be linking arms and fighting with you, fighting for you, want to punish you. So here's the worst part. Do not, kids, under any circumstances, sign a contract with people who claim to be conservative, but will penalize you 25% for any demonetization or sponsor boycott. Look, let me read this to you. If any of the major platforms, oh no, sorry, that's the second one. Let me go back to the first one. There's another 20%. It's 45% if you get a content strike. Let's start with the demonetization.
Damn.
If blank is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of the advertising partners, the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25%. That's a sponsorship boycott. So that's saying, hey, liberals, boycotts work. They work on our guys.
Okay, outside of the political virtue signaling of like, hey, you're selling out to liberal ad providers, the important thing here is that just the power dynamic, Daily Wire is hella covering their ass in case of deplatforming, which I can actually understand. This is a contract where a huge amount of money is being paid up front. Well, actually, we don't know how big amount of money, but I'm hoping that it's a huge amount of money, because if it's a huge amount of money, it makes sense to cover your ass in case of liabilities, in case of there's a risk of deplatforming. Like what? You get deplatformed, now you can't put out your episodes, you can't put out the content for Daily Wire you originally paid for, and you get to pocket all the money anyways? That's kind of weird. I kind of get where Daily Wire is coming from with this specifically, honestly. In Dutch law, if you only have one contractor, you'll be considered an employee. Some countries don't care for that. That's kind of based, honestly. The difference is employees get benefits. That's true, and that's one of the problems I have with contractor situations in Western countries. They are covering a risky investment. If he doesn't like it, he should be less risky. Yeah, absolutely. He can be less risky by either being cheaper, and then the contract will be less risky both for him and for the Daily Wire, and he can take reduce those clauses, or make tamer content. He is a pretty, even for like right-wing standards, I'm pretty sure Crowder is a pretty edgy content creator. To be fair, Steven Crowder is a brand with a whole production team. You cannot employ Steven Crowder. You would be employing the whole of Steven Crowder's team, which doesn't make any sense. That's why yeah, it's contracting a company, right? Steven Crowder is a brand, is a company. They're contracting the company to produce episodes for their media platform. That is literally what's going on. Yeah.
Will punish them for you. Let me go on. Specifically, YouTube demonetization. If any of the major platforms issues a content strike such that Crowder cannot be monetized on such platform, and the company is not able to resolve the issue within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25% moving forward. Now, I thought this was a mistake because, these people maybe didn't know who I am, that we've been demonetized for 3 years. No, it's made very clear to me in no uncertain terms. This is what's sent out to everybody. And then if you get
wait, what?
Meaning a suspension, another.
Oh, shit. They just copy-pasted their standard contract without adapting it to the fact that he's already demonetized. Oh, no. That's a bit of a yikes. Though, to be fair, that's something you bring up on the negotiation table. That's why you read the contract. You're aware of your situation, and you're like, hey, guys, you want the brand? You want the brand to be added to the Daily Wire? This clause isn't working. If your product becomes worthless, we can't pay you as much. No shit, that's how it works. Yeah, of course. And there's different ways of managing risk for both sides in a contract. I can understand Crowder reading this and being like, this is too much of the risk is on me and not on you guys. That is a fair criticism. And like the content strike clause, that's something you would need to strike from the contract. Like either flatly reduce the original payment, negotiate around that, but like that makes no sense for a channel that's already demonetized. He has a good point there.
They're 20% reduction, and then another 20%.
Headphones. What's wrong with him?
It happens on Apple, and then another 10% of it happens on Facebook, and then another 10% of it happens on Spotify. Imagine you're deplatformed, as we've seen in the past, where all the major entities decide to remove you in one day. Rather than having a conservative alternative, you would now be down to 5 to 15% of the revenue of your contract. Think about this for a second. Those in charge, the big conservative, the big con, and it really is the biggest con going right now, they're making it known in their contracts that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives on their behalf. Don't worry, Wojcicki. Trust me, these conservatives will stay in line. If they get
it is definitely really dishonest of him to be complaining about them enforcing big tech whatever guidelines. All they're doing is covering their ass. All they're doing is being risk averse, which is very, very normal in business. Very, very normal to put clauses in contracts to cover bad situations that can happen that will fuck you up. Like, imagine none of those clauses were there, and he does get deplatformed, and he loses all his audience, he loses all his revenue. So what, the Daily Wire still has to pay him? Now all the risk is on the Daily Wire. Like, you're complaining of all the risk being on you, which it isn't, but definitely a lot of it is being offloaded on Crowder here. But then all the risk is on the Daily Wire if we change the contract the way you want it to be changed. No, he doesn't lose revenue. That's the thing, because of Mug Club. Well, he doesn't lose that revenue of his fan base, but it does. Wait. Would he be giving away the revenue from Mug Club to the Daily Wire? Okay, obviously we only have like bits and pieces of the contract here, but my understanding is that the Daily Wire, yes, like 70%. Oh, okay. Good point, Shashank. Okay, so he would still have his viewer base on alternative platforms, and he would still have Mug Club. He would have his core audience, definitely. It would impede his growth, though. It would definitely impede his growth. But you're right, it wouldn't affect his bottom line that much, as much as I thought it would. Good point.
Demonetized, we take away 25% of their operating budget. Take another 20% away if they get a hard strike. Hey, don't worry, Zuckerberg. We've got your back. Hope to see you at the UFC Apex. Let me ask you, can you imagine if this show not only was never permitted to take risks per our contract as it relates to big tech guidelines, like as far as the content guidelines, right? There's content guidelines and there's advertiser guidelines. Can you imagine a world where this show could never take risks in relation to those guidelines on, say, things like mRNA injections, election integrity, take your pick. But one step further, if this show had to be advertiser friendly on YouTube, Those guidelines pretty much read, don't say anything offensive ever. Well, what's offensive? Whatever is stuck in Susan Wojcicki's craw that day. I wish those at the top in big conservative, with, granted, yeah, a lot of the money, wanted to do better, but they don't. That's why I've created StopBigCon.com, and you can be a signatory, and our plans therein.
Oh, shit. Okay, let's go check it out. StopBigCon.com. Okay, what's going on here? StopBigCon.com. Dude. There is a huge missed opportunity. It's another mailing list. Oh, no. This is the only websites you can do? It's Mug Club. It's just it's the same website. It's the same mailing list. What the fuck is that pic? Yeah. Oh no, Crowder, why are you doing me like this? I'm here for content, not for copy paste. Okay, a huge missed opportunity, by the way. Here now, I'm not sure that's even possible to do, but imagine an alternative history, an alternative world where he named this website, the URL, StopBig.con. That would be huge. It doesn't take money. It's just a mailing list. Yeah, but it's the Mug Club mailing list. It's the same mailing list as his main website, the Mug Club. Look, what I'm complaining about, I was expecting a whole other website that's dedicated to exposing the con of Big Con, you know? Like, dude, even Andrew Tate has something unique for, like, the Andrew Tate leave the Matrix or whatever the website's called. I forgot. Oh, yeah, it's probably on, like, his Twitter. Andrew Tate Twitter. And it's cobratate.com. Wait, he has another website. He opened like another website the other day. Oh, is Drawing the Real World? No, that's another one. Okay, I'm lost. He has wait. What is this? Okay, we're checking this trailer out afterwards. I see a fighter jet crash in the background. I like. Oh, you expected production value, but those fines sting. Yeah. By the way, if you look up the timeline, the BigCon website was registered like a week before the recorded call where Crowder does his spiel about BigCon. This was just an orchestra played by Crowder. To be fair, well played. I mean, I ain't gonna hate on that. No Kino. Bad Kino. Bad Kino. Slap him. Slap him with a 1 second slap. Okay. You got 86,000 emails from it. Damn. Trying to play Benny Boy. Let's see. I don't have an opinion yet, okay? I'm still learning about the situation.
Look, like I said, I have the luxury of not signing this. I don't need it. I've been demonetized for years. We've adapted here precisely because of Mug Club. You know, the free content only exists because of those who subscribe. I promise you we won't do more than one sponsorship spot per show. I will keep my word on that until this show ends. Why? Because it's designed for you. It's not designed for the sponsors. If it's 4, 5, 6, 7 sponsors, they're no longer the product. You're the product. So we've adapted here.
Okay, this is cute. I appreciate you care about the audience, whatever. Dude, we are the product. Whenever something is free, you are the product. Every single time something is free, you are the product. That is it. That is the end. You have one sponsorship, I am the product. I'm the person who's supposed to go buy that product. That's it. It doesn't matter how many sponsorships you have. That just means how much you dilute your content. And you want it less diluted. That's fine. That's an editorial choice, a business choice. Good. Fine. Don't pretend that makes me not the product. I really disagree with this. Free Top K, free Kino. Kino was not banned, okay? Hey, everyone. I have been Kino's #1 advocate since the start. When Kino was permabanned from strims.gg, I was the one who coined free Kino, okay? I've been in Kino's corner from the start. I just wanted to time out that one single message.
Yes, we've been demonetized, and we're not beholden to sponsors who might get boycotted, because the sponsors that we have are going to go wherever we go anyway. We know that beyond any shadow of a doubt. That's the luxury of doing business honestly and loyalty. But
I'm not the one who got you banned, okay? That's twisting the events.
to the kids out there coming up who don't have that luxury, please don't sign these. You can do better. We can all do better. And the only reason at this point for me to stay and continue doing what I've been doing is to make sure that we all do. That we all do better. So to everyone out there who refuses to sign or is under the cloud of these maybe not entirely enforceable contracts, look, here's your signal. Water's warm here. I'll produce your show. We'll produce your show.
I was waiting for
out
it,
there?
dude. I should have called it. I was feeling the build up towards it. I knew he was gonna say, I'm gonna make my own platform and I'm gonna give you fair contracts and I'm gonna take you in under my fold and be your mama hen and raise you up to be good little Christian conservatives. I knew it. I fucking knew it. It's train wrecks all over again. It's gonna be kick.com.
I will transition Mug Club into a full-scale network with independent content creators who don't want to be locked into slave contracts. Look, I understand that business relationships sometimes fall.
If he offers fair contracts, it's good for everyone. Oh yeah, I'm not criticizing it. I'm okay. That's good. I'm all for fair contracts. I like fair contracts.
Through people don't see eye to eye. I get that. But there is a way to structure these contracts and a network. There's a world in which contracts and a network exists where everyone benefits with some semblance of fairness, transparency. There's no need to be enslaved like this. If you're out there right now and you're making content work, on whatever scale that may be, there are levels to this game. I understand that. And you'd like to have some backup. You'd like to have some brothers, sisters, Z's and arms, some security without losing your shirt. Send your email to creators@louderwithcrowder.com and we'll talk. You want a partnership? Great.
Should I
We'll
try?
probably work something out.
Do you think I have a
Security of
chance?
being an employee, you'll probably make that work too. There are many ways to skin this cat. And you know what? If Mug Club or whatever network it becomes isn't for you, if this isn't the right home for you, we have lawyers and representation who will negotiate your contract for you with anyone else out there at half the market rate. Why?
That's
Because
a
I don't
big
like
promise.
this, and I'm going to end this. We all need to end this together. I have plenty of friends. I could use a few enemies. There is strength in numbers. And if you, watching right now, if you want a network that you can truly call your own, I just ask that you enter in your email at stopbigcon.com. Entering in your email makes you a signatory. It's a statement that you want not just Mug Club, but you want a network that does better. So it's either time for Mug Club to go big or it's time for me to go home. I can't change this all by myself. I really can't. And frankly, swimming upstream with just this one show, it's a futile endeavor. So either Mug Club grows and you start setting the standard for this movement. We right this ship, or you know what? I'll go back to doing maybe occasional videos, stand up. I don't need to do this. It's that simple. My life would be less complicated. I just want you to think about this for a second. There's a reason that if you felt this way, let me put it this way, and I've heard feedback from you. If you feel in your gut that a lot of conservative content out there feels homogenous, feels sanitized, feels like they're missing some key points, there's a reason for that. There's a reason that you often find yourself asking, hey, I wonder why X won't talk about Y. And I now know any contract that I would have signed would have turned this into yet another softer radio show on video, littered with live reads for every sponsor that could be crammed into every single episode possible, devoid of the sketches, the change my mind type segments, the spontaneity, the levity that's made this show exactly what it is. Oh, and by the way, I was told would never work by the same powers that be.
That is absolutely not part of the contract. The ad reads, yeah, obviously. The change my mind, all the other like segments, original stuff that he came up with that made his show a success, that is what they're paying for. That is exactly what they want. They want those things that made your show successful. Why would you claim that that the contract will prevent you from doing that? The product I'm building has one competitor who sells it for $68 to $279 per month per OnlyFans profile. I'm going to offer it for $39 to $79 per month instead of $279. Fuck them for charging so much. I hate overpriced things. Good job. You found a good niche. Gotta get ready for work. Talk to you later. All right, see you, ciao. If you are more radical than everyone else, well, I've got a mailing list for you. Yep. Guy's got plenty of emails to send his marketing to send his like marketing blurbs to. And you get free OnlyFans. Yeah, that's a big perk.
And the real reason the stakes are so high for us here, but me specifically, look, either I'm a break glass in case of emergency candidate here, just to start a network and to actually start helping people out there who don't have don't enjoy the same luxuries that we do of being independent, either that's my role moving forward, or this isn't for me. And here's the thing. All at once, it kind of hit me. And I had to take some time, I hope you understand, to really pray and contemplate this. And it hit me. After all of these years, even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar and your viewership and your support, you've shown what's possible in supporting this, the largest show in the conservative movement, bar none, just to be clear. And I don't often advertise that. I don't lead my show with that. I want the content to speak for itself. But I also realize that you need to understand you're a part of something bigger than maybe you realize. It's the biggest show in the movement, bar none. The last election night on Rumble, bigger numbers than any mainstream show on YouTube. That's significant. That's you.
Is it? I mean, he does have almost 6 million subscribers. That is pretty damn huge. What does the Daily Wire have? Daily Wire, 3 million subscribers. Yo, yeah. Dude's channel is insane.
Well, I'm grateful and humble. False humility does you a disservice. But even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar, with your viewership, with your support, after you've set records, it wasn't, and it's not, I should say in the present tense, it's not that the suits in charge of these places, BigCon and these sites, these media companies, it's not that they still believe that this show can't work. It's not that they any longer believe that you don't exist. Those at the top, those pulling the strings in BigCon, are bothered precisely by the fact that you do. They don't want a group of rebellious rabble-rousers who want to learn, fight, and laugh together.
Why do conservatives always need to
no
make
value if you can't all be
things
kept in
into
line
a
to some degree.
conspiracy every single time? Like, dude, if Crowder stubbed his toe on his chair, he would still be whining about Big Chair wanting to destroy his feet so he can't walk to freedom and guns and Jesus. Like, come on, dude. If it's not conspiracy, the facts will matter. Yeah. Okay, I'm done with this video. I think he's just hyping himself up for the rest of the video. Okay, I'm getting really hungry. I need to figure out what I'm gonna eat, which means I need my phone. So the camera's gonna go off. The camera's gonna go off for a minute, but I'm still here. I'll order myself something to eat, and we're gonna move on to the Daily Wire's response to Steven Crowder. Look at the Benny Boy Twitter stuff. Oh yeah, I got the Benny Boy Twitter stuff here. Should I do the Twitter? Should I do the Twitter stuff first before the Daily Wire response? Like, what order? Either Benny Boy or Jeremy Boring, co-CEO of the Daily Wire. No Daily Wire first. All right, Daily Wire first. Food first. I'm still here. I'm just gonna order real quick. Stop the camera. Boom. Hide this. Your mom first. My mom's always first. I had tteokbokki for the first time yesterday. Oh shit, that's awesome. I haven't had them yet, but I really want to try them out. All right. Y'all chatting about you know, how I'm gonna steal Shawshank's business model. I'm not, okay? I'm not gonna try. Yeah, I know it's spicy. Okay, what are we getting? Fuck, maybe I'll order Korean. You're making me maybe I'll get some tteokbokki. Let's see. Yeah, they got some. Fuck it, we're gonna do a tasting stream. Hey, Emin, how are you doing? Turn Jokes into your mod. He's the most loyal dude in your community. Jokes, do you want to be modded? Do you even care? It's absolutely valid to say no, I don't want to be modded, okay? Don't feel pressured. Don't listen to Chinchilla. Turn Kino into mod with... How can he mod? Kino, you abused your power. Okay? You know what you did. I'm sure. I don't know if I'll ever use the powers. If you're not going to use them, then it's fine. Like, you don't need to. But yeah, you are here very often, and that was over 2 years ago. Actually true as well. Actually true as well. But have you changed, Kino? Have you shown yourself to be trustworthy? I mean, saying, yeah, I'm great. How are you? Um, I'm doing great as well. I actually spent the afternoon helping, hanging out with my girlfriend. She got a new furniture, so I helped her like carry it up the stairs. Helped her a little bit assembling it, though she mostly did the work when it came to assembly. We hung out a little bit. I napped actually until the furniture arrived, so I actually napped most of the afternoon. But it was quality time. It was quality time. I enjoyed it. It was very nice. Napped with the no. To be fair, Chinchilla is right. You are edgy, Kino. You are an edgy boy. That is true. Kino is the one who's going to steal Shawshank's app. If he is going to be mod in 2 years, it's going to be like, oh, Yo-Yo's mod did steal apps from the community for his own gains. True. Why am I off cam? Because oh crap, I can't. Never mind. Because I'm ordering food, because I'm really hungry and I didn't plan ahead. And my food situation is not good right now. So I need to figure something out real quick. Which I'm going for the easy fix, which is ordering something. Let's see if it works. And we're gonna get right into the video. All right, it worked. Ordered a pizza. No, we already ate pizza this afternoon when we were doing the furniture moving. So I ordered Korean food. I think I'm too edgy for mod personally. You come off as a really cool guy, Jokesta, as far as that's concerned. That's an edgy boy. And ironically, my girlfriend and I have thought about starting an OnlyFans. I'm trying to get her to shoot a porno, unironically though. Stop giving me ammunition to say you shouldn't be a mod. Look, good luck with that, okay? From what I gather, making it in the OnlyFans world is really fucking hard. It's not easy. So good luck. You're gonna need it. In this chat, you haven't seen me go off on Plain Talk John. Damn, Jokester, you have multiple identities. You're a monster in other chats, right?
All right. Our friend Steven Crowder has launched.
All right, talk to me, Mr. Boring. I had this moment when I was when I was preparing the links, and I saw that this video is done by a guy called Mr. Boring. I'm like, what do I do? What am I supposed to say? Probably nothing, but I can't. How is it difficult to make it on OnlyFans? All your moms are subscribed to me. Not giving him ammunition. I'm just explaining to Oyoyo that I'm a growing content creator just like him, and I hope you grow very, very large and big, Kino. Okay, I want to see your big growth as an esteemed member of this community.
An initiative called Stop Big Con. And in the video announcing the launch of the project, he talked about leaving the blaze and all the different offers that he fielded from other conservative organizations and what he thought were the real problems with those offers. And that's led a lot of people to speculate about whether or not the Daily Wire is one of the people who made him an offer. In particular, are we the ones who made the offer that he put up on the screen and talked about at length? And the answer is yes, that offer did come from the Daily Wire. I'm not trying to hide that fact. I'm not ashamed of that fact. In fact, I think it's a very good offer. But I think there's a lot of sort of misconceptions about the nature of the offer, the nature of the points. I think Stephen misunderstood a lot of the points. And so the way we do here at the Daily Wire, we're just going to be incredibly transparent. You know that we like to have our members be a part of the journey. We live stream all of our company town halls, for example. We just find that sunlight sometimes is the best disinfectant. And so with that in mind, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we came to be in conversations with Stephen, how those conversations ended, and walk you just line by line through what the actual document that we sent over to him, a non-binding.
Okay, I just realized something super wacky about their work configuration. Open space, very normal, right? We're all used to that in office jobs, open spaces, blah blah blah. They're standing. It's a standing desk. I'm sure. Okay. I'm like, for a couple minutes, I would actually love that if I had a standing desk at my workplace. But let's see. This video is 50 minutes long. Let's see how long they stand there. They have motors. Oh, I see. It's one of those you can raise and lower, so you can choose whether you're standing or sitting. Okay, okay. I hate the open floor plan stuff. Honestly, I'm glad my company agrees. It's less cool, yeah. I think the background is fake. I don't think so, honestly. I could be wrong, though.
Term sheet, what it actually said and why. First thing you should know is that I'm really miserable to be making this video. Steven's been my friend for 10 years. I think he's maybe the most talented person working in the conservative media space. He's one of the top entertainers in the country, politics notwithstanding, a great comic voice. And I find it really tragic that we're having this kind of a conversation. But it's also very important, I think, that we talk about it, in particular because I know a lot of people who are fans of the Daily Wire were really offended by the things that Steven said in the video, and they're concerned that maybe we're doing the wrong thing. And I think that by the time we finish this video, you'll understand what we were thinking with our term sheet and how we operate as a business a little bit better. I've wanted to be in business with Steven since the day that I met him. Ben and I tried to do some even movie deals with Steven before there was CRTV and before there was a Daily Wire. For that entire time, we've talked at length at various times about getting together and doing things. Of course, for most of that time, he's been under contract, first at CRTV and then at The Blaze. So we weren't able to. And but from time to time during the years, we would get together and daydream a little bit about would there be a future for us to work together at the other end of that deal. We got word that Steven was finishing up his time at The Blaze and was interested in having a conversation with us. And so we reached out to his agent. And we said, listen, we'd love to have a conversation.
This is like years ago, right?
Talent like Steven comes on the market. We'd be bad businessmen if we didn't engage in a conversation with him. We weren't sure at that time if there was a deal to be had. I mean, for one thing, we're friends with Glenn, we're friends with Tyler, we're friends with all the guys at The Blaze. We weren't sure that we wanted to commit to making an offer to Steven. And Steven's an expensive talent. I mean, he's been in the business a long time. He has an enormous fan base, and we knew that it would take a lot of doing to get him over to the Daily Wire. This at the same time that we're investing very heavily in kids entertainment content and making real television content, streaming scripted fiction like The Pendragon Cycle and Atlas Shrugged and other projects that we've taken on. Would we have the resources? We weren't sure. But
wait, they're doing an Atlas Shrugged show. Oh no! Oh no! Oh God, that's like pure brain cancer. I absolutely have to watch that when it comes out. Oh God!
You have to have a conversation, and we were happy to have it. So we reach out to the agent, and we say that we'd like to have a conversation with Steven, kind of get into the details of what's he looking for, what's he looking for financially, what's he looking for in terms of structure, what would make his life better, what would make him happy. He's got.
Dude, libertarianism and its consequences have been a disaster for humanity. Camera, I'm waiting. I'm waiting on something on my phone. Knees. I had to turn off the camera for a couple minutes. It should be back within 10 to 20 minutes. But I need to keep an eye on my phone for a little bit.
This opportunity now to have a next chapter. What's he want that next chapter to be? And Steven's agent candidly just wasn't interested in any aspect of that conversation. He only wanted to know about the money. He said, we're not going to have a conversation.
Actually, I can probably put the camera back on and just like check. I just will need to like check on it in a couple of minutes. As long as I don't forget. I'm having English is not my native language crisis. Help. I can't exactly understand what he's saying. Well, I can't. Wait, also turn this back on. I can't do like the whole, transcribe the whole speech. But basically, he's saying that he loves Steven Crowder. He has a lot of respect for him. And he's talking about them, talking about... Oh yeah, I can put the subtitles on. Good idea, good idea. Yeah, the subtitles will help as well. Absolutely. Good catch, Dumdanet. Basically, he loves Steven Crowder. He loves his content. He admires him as a content creator, and he's been hoping to collaborate with Steven Crowder for years now. How ever since Crowder and The Blaze fell off, they've been trying to flirting with the idea of working with him.
Station. We're going to have some abstract talk. We're going to send us an offer. Tell us how much money you're willing to pay. And he gave us an indication of what the minimum number would have to be in order to even have a discussion with Steven. And it's a big number. So we talked about it internally, and we decided, yeah, we should do that. We should send over an opening offer, a non-binding term sheet that takes a stab at what we think that minimum number is going to be to get the conversation started, so we can sit down with Steven, so that we can see if there's a deal that'd be good for him and good for us. And that's what we did. We put together the term sheet, we sent it over, and we asked if we could get on the phone and have a conversation with Steven. I'm going to walk you through that document, what it says, what it doesn't say, some of how Steven represented it. I'm sure he feels like he was being accurate, but some of the things
Okay, come on, guys. Okay, we done now? That's a non-binding term sheet. It's for negotiating. Yeah, but the idea is that if Crowder accepts it, then it becomes a contract. Or if he disagrees with terms, then yeah, of course he sends it back with his comments like, I don't like this, I don't like that. Non-binding. Sheesh.
Said are simply not true based on the text. And you know, Stephen's a very passionate guy. I think that he's doing his level best to stand against what he sees as an injustice. But there is no injustice in this document, as I think you'll see. And then I'll tell you what happened right after we sent the document when I finally did get on the phone with Stephen. So first, here's the document, the non-binding confidential term sheet. I'm just going to walk you through it. Full transparency. This non-binding term sheet.
Okay. This alert is definitely too cheap. That's what I'm learning right now. This alert is way too cheap. I wanted to have them cheap so people could actually use them, but I see how it is now. All right.
Sets forth the basic deal points of a proposed content production and distribution agreement between the Daily Wire LLC, the Texas Limited Liability Company, and Stephen Crowder via his loan out, so that if and when the parties elect to move forward with a long-form agreement, they can move quickly in preparing a definitive and binding agreement. That's just legalese. That means this is just a conversation starter, and we're obviously going to have a negotiation if we move forward, and a lot of these points are going to get beat up. And for those of you who've never been through a contract negotiation, well, that's how it works. When you send someone an offer, you don't send them everything that you're willing to say yes to, because there is going to be a negotiation, because agents and lawyers are going to get involved, because you can't read their mind. You don't know everything that will be important to them and everything that they'll want. You don't know even some of their sort of non-negotiable points, and so you send over a loose offer, and then they're going to beat it up a little bit. They're going to say, well, this should be higher and this should be lower. And you're going to come back and say, no, we're going to stand firm here, but we're willing to compromise there. And over time, you either get to a deal or you don't get to a deal. But that's how a good faith negotiation always works. 100% of every interaction I've ever had with any talent, that's the process. And so here we go. Here was our offer. A 4-year initial term with 2-year renewal at DW's sole discretion. That just means Stephen's going to work for DW for 4 years. And if it's going really well, DW can retain him for an additional 2 years. 2, the fee. Remember, this is the minimum number that we thought would get the conversation started with Stephen. $50 million for the initial term, plus $25 million for the renewal term, if extended, paid in monthly installments. Like I say, a pretty big number, but we thought for a talent like Stephen, this is probably the minimum number that's going to get us in the door so that we can sit down and talk to him. 3, production costs. This is important. We've never made a deal.
That sounds like a pretty, that sounds like a great starting point for the negotiation. This makes a lot of sense. DW, Deutsche Welle. The pros get the sheesh. Can't have that, yeah.
Quite like the offer that we put in front of Stephen, because Stephen, very independent guy. I mean, all of our talent have very independent voices. Obviously, we can't tell them what to say. Candace says what she wants, and Jordan Peterson says what he wants, Ben, Michael. But Stephen has always built in this protection for himself that he wants to actually produce his content. He doesn't want, most of our guys, they come to the studio and we turn on the cameras. We point the cameras, we point the lights. Stephen likes to do that with his own team to just make doubly sure that no one's interfering with his content, not that we would. And so we anticipated that, and we said, Crowder will bear the burden of production, including all costs associated therewith, on all the content contemplated herein, except on the quarterly and annual content contemplated below. We'll get to that part a little bit later. It's kind of a novel concept. The quality of the production will be as good as or better than is currently existing content. This just, again, Stephen's going to produce his own content. It has to be as good as the stuff that Stephen's audience has come to expect from him. And that'll come out of the $50 million. So it's not like all of that $50 million goes right in Stephen's pocket. He's going to use some of it to pay for producers and studio space and camera equipment and operators and lights, just like we're going to use some of the money that we make to pay for the infrastructure and the technology and the marketing and the legal and all the other parts that go into making a successful business. Revenue collection that says we'll have the exclusive right to realize revenue in connection with all of his content and brand. We're paying you this guaranteed significant amount of money, $50 million. And for that, one of the things we're buying is the content, but we're also buying the right to monetize the content so that we can have a chance of making some money and not just spending money.
Oh, okay. I get them buying the brand now. I understand it so much better now. Yeah, so they want to monetize the brand. They're basically covering their legal basis, but it would only be for the duration of the contract. So it would be 4 or 6 years of owning the Crowder brand. It's not like a perpetuity thing. It's not like Crowder is selling out his brand. It's that they want to cover the legal basis so they can do like merchandise and whatever. So they can put it on their website, et cetera, instead of like a complicated licensing agreement. which would be better for Crowder. But then once again, this is what did they call it again? Like this is just like a draft. This is just to get the conversation starting, like he was saying. So I think it's also okay that there's a certain level of expediency in the clauses.
What is the content? First, we broke this into daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual content. The daily content is going to be very obvious to you. He'll deliver a 1.5 hour Louder with Crowder audio video show of a quality and kind consistent with the shows that he's currently producing 4 days a week. That's 192 original episodes a year if you factor in 4 weeks of vacation, including all ad reads and promotions as requested by us. So he's going to continue to produce his show, his Louder with Crowder show, 4 days a week, 192 times a year. And that'll include us being able to put ads in it and promotions in it. They'll be filmed in studio daily, Monday through Thursday. At least 1 hour of them will be outside the paywall. That's much how Stephen already operates. That's the part that goes out on podcasting. It's the part that goes out on YouTube. It's the part that goes out on Rumble. And at least 30 minutes inside the DW Plus paywall. So in the same way that right now he has his Piss Off YouTube segment that has historically been at Blaze, well, he would still do that same kind of concept.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Shank. I appreciate it. Welcome to the club. Quick reminder, please subscribe to Yo. His production team needs to have food, so please support him. True. Big true. I'm already in the mug club. Nice. Are you mugging people already? Yeah, start a non-biting sheet to get their foot in the door and talk with them. Things could change depending on what Crowder insists on. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this makes it seem like this was a huge misunderstanding on Crowder's part. I know Yo provides a platform for those who are being deplatformed like Kino. Absolutely.
30 minutes of the show would now be behind our paywall. Crowder can bank or pre-record a limited number of episodes upon our approval and reasonable discretion. Days without new original episodes will be scheduled in advance, subject to our reasonable approval. What's this about? Well, a guy like Crowder, in addition to his 4 weeks of vacation, there's just also going to be times where he, for whatever reason, maybe he's got a speech, maybe he's got a stand-up comedy gig somewhere around the country. If he were to come to us and say, hey, I can't really shoot a show on Thursday because I'm going to be doing the stand-up gig, that's fine. Let's shoot 2 episodes on Tuesday and we'll roll one of them out on Thursday. It's just giving us all the maximum flexibility to still make the episodes, but for Stephen to be able to live the other important parts of his life. 192 episodes. Obviously, there are 260 work days in a year. Most Americans work 260 days a year minus 10. That's 2 weeks of vacation. So they work about 250 work days a year. And we're telling Stephen, you've got to produce 192. So already, even to say 4 weeks of vacation.
Okay, oh, that's my food. I'll be right back. All right. Sheesh wasted, Sadga. Oh no. The way he took off, I know he was hungry, but not that much. Damn, I'm getting analyzed here. Two years for an extended at 25 million each. No, it's 75 million, Spaniard. It's 12.5 million per year. 50 million for 4 years, and then the same cost for 2 extra years, so 25 million. At least that's my understanding. And my mods need to get paid with computers, like Hassan did, yeah. Okay, no, what I was gonna say, as much as I'm mostly siding with Mr. Boring here, but I have to say this argument that Americans get like have to work at what was 250 days a year, and he only has to work 192 days a year. That is absolutely disingenuous. When you're a content creator, there is a lot of work that goes on outside of the moments where you are in front of a camera. Like it would be just as stupid to say he's only putting out 1 hour and a half of video, so he only works 1 hour and a half, right, per day. No, they already accepting that. Yeah, of course, for the show is a day of work, but there's also the extra day or two in the week where he's preparing his content for like next week, or preparing memes, or networking, or contacting other people, etc., etc., etc. Like. This is an insane thing to say from someone who works with content creation talent. Like either he's extremely, extremely ignorant of what the people he's working with actually do, or he's being extremely dishonest. By the way, I have been researching the Russian grifters propaganda guys, like I said. I found organizations that trace those propaganda guys' earnings. Once they started putting out propaganda, some make like 70K a month. Damn. That is enough money to make you change your mind on ethical things. I can't understand that.
That is probably above average, but it doesn't really capture the reality of this, which is there are going to be, 60 days basically of the year where Fridays, we call them, where Steven basically doesn't have to produce a show. And you may say, well, that's still a lot. I know Steven says that's...
Okay, I need to get those headphones fixed. Fuck. No, I think you're overinflating the work that content creators do and underestimating the work of hourly workers.
It's more than even...
I'm maybe overinflating a little bit, like the work that Crowder does. I don't know what he does on the days where he isn't doing his show. I'm assuming a lot there, but and I'm not saying anything about hourly workers. So I don't know where he got that. But you can't say that he's only working 192 days a year when he's running. When that's only 192 days a year where he's putting out his show. That is insane. That's all I'm saying. That is like a really, really dishonest portrayal of his workload.
Network TV would ask for, these are points that can be negotiated. I still think most people feel like, if you're only working 4 days a week and you get 4 weeks off every year and you can pre-schedule even additional time to be traveling by banking episodes, you would at least say, you may think, well, he needed to negotiate that and get it down to 170 or something. Sure, I thought he would. But it's certainly not unfair to expect someone that is making $50 million over the next 4 years to work 192 days a year. That brings us to monthly content. What is monthly content? Well, at Daily Wire, our members are entitled to an all-access once a month with most of our talent. And that's where our members get to interact with them, sort of one-on-one, ask them questions. So we're saying once a month you would have to do a 90-minute all-access, and any promotions and ad reads that would go in that. Right now there are no ad reads in all-access, but again, you're giving yourself, it's a 4, possibly 6-year deal. You're giving yourself a little latitude for things to change. Quarterly content. We asked that Steven would produce one major promo video and photo shoot coordinated by us for his content at the company. We would want him to 4 times a year come in and make a very well-produced promo, that gives us marketing assets to be able to go out and sell subscriptions, sell Mug Club, sell any merch that we were doing with him, sell the entire idea of DW Plus, and one backstage episode a quarter or other major live event and VIP experience. So, and annual content. This was a new concept. We said that Steven would do one feature-length entertainment special. That's like a stand-up comedy special. And that Steven would do one feature-length political special. And that's like a documentary like What is a Woman? This is something we're doing with all of our talent now. You saw it first with What is a Woman with Matt. Then in addition to his daily show, he brought us this amazing documentary. You saw it with Candace with Greatest Lie Ever Sold. And we've got a lot more projects like that in the work with our other talent now. It's really become an important part of our business model. Here's the key, though. He doesn't have to pay for that out of his $50 million over the next 4 years. We would pay an additional amount every year for that. In the case of the political documentary, we'd give another $1.25 million of production costs. In the case of the entertainment, depends on how it breaks down, but we'd give between $500,000 and $2.5 million more dollars. So, you're talking about just this is more than 8 figures over the 4 years, in addition to the 50 over the next 4 years. And then E, additional Crowder content. What is this? I don't know, but presumably over the next 4 to 6 years, we might come up with other things that either he wants to do or we want to do. So we built a sort of catch-all bucket. If we and Crowder mutually agree to create additional content not currently contemplated, then we'd pay him $15,000 a day for that shoot. And again, a lot of that would be days he was already shooting, so that's just a little extra money in his pocket if we do something extra. Item 6, the back catalog.
Okay.
Crowder will license his entire back catalog including without limitation every past episode of Louder with Crowder to us during the term. That just means that all the episodes that already exist would also be behind our paywall during the term. At the end of the term, all of that content that we didn't actually pay for would revert to Crowder at the end of the term, but we would have it in the meantime.
That's
7, ad reads and promo reads. DW will have the exclusive right to sell ads on the Crowder content on all platforms, channels, websites, apps, widgets, pages, and lists owned, branded, or controlled by us, and on any Crowder-owned or controlled social channels, email lists, websites, etc., including louderwithcrowder.com. And
That's
it says
how you make your money.
remuneration for that
revenue
is included in the fee. So what does this mean? Well, this is just how are we going to make, first, that at least bare minimum 50 million, and if you count the other things we're talking about, 60 plus million, plus we knew he was going to negotiate, so you're probably talking about 70, 75 million, plus infrastructure, plus marketing, at least $100 million we would have ended up spending over the next 4 years. How are we going to pay for all of that? Well, one way is we're going to sell ads on all this content. And you know this is how we handle all of our shows. He has to, item B, Crowder will read the ad copy and promos as requested by us, though he'll have certain rights to disapprove of some ad sponsors for various reasons, right? He can disapprove of like 10% of the ones we bring him. He can disapprove if he owns equity in a direct competitor of one of the advertisers that we bring him. But point D, if he doesn't read the requested ads within that framework, then the content that he made won't be counted as delivered under the contract, because it's all fine and good that he made a piece of content, but if we can't make any money off of it, then we're just paying him so that he can make a show. We're not paying him so that we can participate in any of the success of that show. 8, ownership. This is a very important point. Daily Wire will own all of the content created herein and will own all of the DW created channels and brands created by us during the term. And to be clear, we can exploit those channels, brands, and content in perpetuity at our sole discretion. What does this mean? Well, it means just like all of the back catalog that Crowder would have been bringing over, we would have a license to have that all over at Daily Wire Plus during the 4 to 6 years that Crowder was here. At the end of that 4 to 6 years, he would take all that content with him. A little bit different with the content that we're paying, tens of millions of dollars for during the course of that content would always stay with us. We would have a sort of perpetual right to monetize that content even after Crowder would leave. And if Matt Walsh were to leave the Daily Wire, presumably at some date in the future, well, what as a woman would stay here? It was we paid for that. We paid for the marketing of it, the production of it.
Okay, I have to say, hearing Mr. Boring's perspective makes for a very, very, very compelling argument that Crowder completely misunderstood, perhaps even on purpose, the way Chinchilla was accusing him of the situation. Like, this is the way he just explained the rights licensing stuff and everything. It's just basic common sense for how a media platform would work in this situation. Plus, I doubt those specific things would be negotiable, but technically everything's negotiable still. It's not predatory to make the offer. It's not that bad of an offer. It could be a predatory offer, but it's not. It really isn't. It doesn't seem so. Yes, I'm based. Just say it. Based Chilla.
Paid him for the time in which he created it. So this contemplates something very similar. We would still have the right to the things that we make. As far as channels and brands, I'll get to that in just a minute because it's addressed more deeply as we go. Adaptation rights. All this says is that anything that Crowder says on any of this content, we can adapt it down into written content and put it up at dailywire.com. So, we already do a lot of this. You transcribe something that Ben says, you transcribe something that Michael Knowles says, and we can put that out as an article. They don't actually have to do the work of rewriting their thoughts. 10, additional DW rights, merch rights. It says DW will maintain the exclusive right to create and sell Crowder and Crowder content branded merchandise, and the remuneration for that's already included in the fee. So one of the ways that we can make money, put ads in a show. One of the ways that we can make money, sell subscriptions around his content. One of the ways that we can make money is be responsible for his merch. Now that would mean that we have to pay for the creation of the merch, pay for the marketing of the merch, but we would own the upside. Email list. DW will maintain the exclusive right to manage, grow, and monetize all Crowder email lists during the term. And we have an enormous team here at the Daily Wire, and some of them full-time think about email. So that's a burden that we would take off of Stephen having to manage his own email list, just like we manage and pay the expenses on the merch. But we'll get the upside of that. Remember, we're trying to fill that 50, 60, 70, $100 million hole and to make profit. And the profit gets poured back in so that we can pay for all the infrastructure, all the technology, and all the other ways that we're fighting the fight. Social media management. This one was something that Stephen seemed particularly aggravated by in his video, although I don't understand why. It says DW will have the exclusive right to manage, curate, and monetize his official Facebook, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Snapchat, Rumble, and other social media accounts, excluding his existing personal Twitter and Instagram accounts. So why would we exclude some but not exclude others? Well, we're saying that during the term, we have, of course, he puts his podcast on Apple Podcast. We're the ones monetizing the Apple Podcast. So this is just making clear that, yes, we're selling ads in his podcast. The podcast goes out on Apple Podcast. That revenue comes back to us. We put something up on Facebook. Same thing. We bring in ad revenue off that Facebook piece of content, but we're going to own that during the term. Obviously, at the end of the term, he's going to get his official Facebook account back. He's going to get his official YouTube account back. He's going to get his official Apple Podcast channel back. But during the term, again, all those people behind us, we've got experts in every one of these platforms, how to optimize it, how to make sure that you're getting the most out of it, and we'll manage that and we'll collect the revenue. But not as Twitter and Instagram, because those are very personal channels. You can't manage someone's Twitter. I can't speak for Candace Owens. I can't speak for Ben Shapiro. If only I could, I would like what they say a lot more. I mean, as you know about Daily Wire, we have a lot of disagreements sometimes between our hosts. Presumably, if I could control everything that they say, there'd never be any disagreements. They would just all be right all the time like I am. But that's not the case. We're saying, of course, he needs to control his own Twitter voice. Of course, he needs to include his own Instagram account. We get this a lot where people are like, Jordan's Twitter is...
Okay. I want Steelman Crowder on this, though. From a pure business perspective, Steven Crowder is clearly doing something very, very well. The fact that his media platform is so big, that his channel is so much bigger than all those other competitors, he clearly knows what he's doing. Like, this guy talking about experts in search engine optimization, making better thumbnails for YouTube. Dude, who taught those people? Crowder. Crowder started the game. Crowder's the master of that game. So what, you're gonna have other people do it for him? He already has... If he's not doing it himself, he already has people who are extremely competent doing it for him. At least that's what I would bring to the negotiation table if I was Crowder. I would be like, dude, you guys, how do I know you guys are going to do a better job at this than I'm already doing? I never heard of him before this. Well, good for you, honestly. He's a horrible person. Good for you. But he's really big when it comes to the conservative grifter circles. He's huge. He really is huge. I like Crowder changed my mind. It was quite interesting. And he's literally one of the biggest memes on the internet thanks to that show. Like the whole change my mind meme. Crowder wants to come out as a woman, but Benny wouldn't let him. Look, we all know Benny Boy would be mad jealous if Crowder came out and with like bigger knockers than Benny's sister. We all know that's what's at stake here.
Changed since he joined Daily Wire Plus. I have nothing to do with Jordan Peterson's Twitter account. I don't have login credentials for his Twitter account. I've never asked him to tweet anything or not tweet anything. That'd be way outside of the bounds of what's acceptable because that's the very personal medium, Twitter, very personal medium, Instagram. It also says that we will have the perpetual and exclusive right to create, own, manage, curate, and monetize any and all social media accounts that we create based on Crowder's content or shows. What's that about? Well, Crowder already has enormous social channels. He's got like 6 million YouTube followers or something. He's one of the biggest voices in the movement. But what happens if we create a documentary like What is a Woman? Well, sure, you've got Matt's Facebook and Matt's YouTube that are promoting What is a Woman. But we may also want to build a Twitter account, that is at What is a Woman, or a YouTube account that's just for clips from What is a Woman. Well, that wouldn't belong to Matt. That would belong to us because What is a Woman belongs to us. And that's what this was meant to say, that all of the stuff that Crowder brings over, that's his, Louder with Crowder and all, his Louder with Crowder accounts, all of that. Well, that's his. We're going to manage it for him during the term. We're going to monetize it during the term. At the end of the term, all of that's going to go back to him. He said that was not what it says in his video that he released, but you can read right here. That's exactly, he gets all of, it's only during the term that we control that. But the things that we make based on the content that we make, well, that belongs to us because the content belongs to us. So those channels have to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a yikes name, man. Dude, I was simply referring to the outrage back when Abigail Shapiro, who used to have, I don't know if she still has it, she used to have like an Instagram channel and share some personal stuff. And I remember all those like kind of incel-y people getting mad at her for getting breast reduction surgery. I was memeing about that. I don't care what she does with her breasts, it's her body. All the more power to her. There you go. Disclaimer, done.
Belong to us. Those would never match anything like the magnitude of the channels he's created for himself, obviously. 11, exclusivity. Should go without saying, if you're going to pay somebody $50 million, you're going to have exclusivity. They can't go make content for people who compete with you. You don't pay someone to go work for the competition. But there's carve-outs. Of course, he can go do non-regular guest appearances if Tucker wants to have him on, if Fox and Friends wants to have him on, if he wants to go do a hit with Glenn Beck or something, he can go do that. He should use good faith efforts to coordinate them with us. And this is important. See, he won't have the right to run any personal subscription or donation effort. He can't have a Patreon or a Locals or any sort of paid fan club while Mug Club is part of DW+, right? We're the ones who are going to own subscription revenue during the term. So I think all this is very fair and very obvious to anyone. You wouldn't pay somebody $50 million to then compete with, have them work for your competitor, and you wouldn't pay them $50 million to have them compete directly against you. Now, here's this section that I know Stephen was very offended by, and I think he misunderstood and therefore misrepresented.
That's going to be the penalties.
Fee reductions.
Yep.
There's a different fee reduction for all those kinds of contents we created. Daily content. If he fails for any reason to deliver 192 episodes of The Daily Show, or if he fails to include the ads that we agreed to or the promotions that we agreed to in those episodes, then we'll give a $100,000 reduction every time. What's that about? Well, again, you can't pay someone any amount of money, but you certainly can't pay them an unimaginably huge amount of money for their show and then not get the show. So what this is saying is you don't have to produce a show every day. You don't have to produce 260 or 250 or 240 or 230 or 220 or 210 episodes a year. You got to produce 192 episodes a year. You can film some of them in advance. You can stack them up. All of that's contemplated in there. You can shoot on a Friday so that you can take 2 days off next week. But if you don't give us 192 episodes, we can't pay you the same amount of money as if you did give us 192 episodes. So this is just, you give us 192 times 4 minus 1, then out of your 50 million, we're hitting minus 100,000. Steven said that this is unfair, that if he had a sick day or got in a car wreck, we'd dock him $100,000. But I think that's just totally inaccurate for 2 reasons. One, presumably if he was sick this Tuesday, he could just shoot an episode next Friday and you'd be completely even. He's got an awful lot of extra time in the year to shoot these additional, to shoot any episodes to make up. And second of all, it's actually contemplated a little bit later what happens if there's a disability. In fact, we'll just skip right to it. It's item E. In the event of temporary disability or serious illness that prevents Crowder from performing, the fee will be reduced on a pro rata basis.
Yes, we're getting the explanation of the pro rata base. So he could produce no episodes and get 30 million. Sounds like a good deal. Wait, would that actually work out? No way. No way. So we got 12.5 million per year. Then minus 192 because he produced nothing times 100,000. He would owe the Daily Wire 6,700,000. Wait, no. Okay, so if he produces nothing, he ends up owing money. He loses all his money. The math does not check out. Yeah, no, it's 50 million for the 4 years. So it's actually 12.5 million per year.
Not subject to the fee reduction mentioned above. What does that mean? Well, instead of a sort of punitive fee because he's choosing not to do the right thing, in that situation, you'll just reduce it by dividing the total amount of money contemplated, by the number of episodes, just subtract that, which I think is, again, incredibly fair. If you're being paid $1 for every box you deliver 10 boxes, you get $10. If you deliver 9 boxes, you get $9. That's a different concept than if you just choose not to deliver it, in which case we're going to subtract a little bit extra. And again, you pay somebody $50 million, you should get to work.
Oh,
monthly and quarterly
so that's
content.
a pro
Well,
rata.
this is more valuable content, and there's less of it, so the fee is higher, $250,000 if he misses that kind of content. Annual content. Well, this is the most important, most expensive content. If you were supposed to have done a complete documentary this year and you didn't deliver it, well, we're going to subtract $1 million because that's one of the most important high-value pieces of content that we asked you to make that year. And then D just as reset, the fee reduces each calendar year. So, every year you kind of start over. You start over fresh. That brings us to 13, reduction of fee from lost revenue or boycotts. Again, this is one of the points that Stephen really focused on. He says we're enforcers for big tech, that we're doing big tech bidding, that we're punishing content creators if they run afoul of big tech. And first of all, that's just personally incredibly offensive. It's incredibly offensive to have your friend and ally in 10 years of fighting this fight alongside one another, coming up together, say that you're not sufficiently conservative, say that you're I think he said in the video that we're worse than the left, that we're doing harm to the conservative audience and harm to the country, that we're not sufficiently at odds with big tech. Obviously, that's ridiculous. You'll see that it's ridiculous as we go through this and I explain it. It's absurd on its face. We get content strikes all the time. We get demonetized all the time. We get shadow banned all the time, just like all conservatives do. We're investing tens of millions of dollars every year into technology to try to create alternatives. That's a long-term project. No one has built anything. Rumble is not a true competitor to YouTube yet. I hope that they become one. But right now, YouTube has many billions of people use YouTube and many millions of people use Rumble. It's a long-term investment to build these alternatives. And Daily Wire Plus is an alternative platform. But right now, we all still are dependent for getting our message out to have access to big tech and to monetize our content. We have to have access to big tech. That's where the audience is, and it's where the money is. It's also where Steven Crowder has made his entire name. He's the biggest conservative YouTube star of all time. He put out his video criticizing us.
The Daily Wire being shadow banned, oh please. Yeah, I agree. This shit spreads like wildfire on Facebook and stuff. Like, oh no, we're shadow banned.
In this contract is not being sufficiently conservative. The number one place people will view it is on YouTube. And that's not wrong. That's where people are. Of course they're going to watch it on YouTube. Of course he's going to put it out on YouTube. That's where the audience is. Now, Stephen might respond by saying, yes, but I don't make any money off of YouTube. I have been demonetized there. And that's a point that we'll talk about here. Nevertheless, obviously, you and I and everyone, when we go to YouTube to watch Steven Crowder may be demonetized and he may not make any money. YouTube, though, still makes money off of us. And so in that way, Stephen is still driving success for YouTube. It's unfortunate that YouTube has chosen to cut him out of participating in that success. In fact, I think YouTube is utterly wrong. The only time I've ever talked to the CEO of YouTube, it was to criticize her for her treatment of Steven Crowder. I didn't even talk to her about the Daily Wire. I had nothing to say at that moment about Daily Wire, but at that time they demonetized Steven, and I used my one audience with one of the most powerful CEOs in the world to tell her that what she was doing to Steven Crowder was absolutely unethical and wrong. So what were we trying to accomplish with this section? Well, let's go through it. The reduction of fee from lost revenue from boycotts, content strikes, or bans from major social media platforms. A, ad drop. If Crowder is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of his then extant advertising partners, that is, if 50% of the money that he's making from advertisers is suddenly gone, and we're not able to replace that revenue within 90 days, then his fee will be reduced by 25% until such time as the ad revenue has been restored for a period of 90 days, and then it would all reset. Steven says, all the left does is boycott our advertisers, so this just says to the left, your boycotts work, and we'll enforce it for you. We will punish the content creator for you. But this isn't about punishing the content creator. This is about if the Daily Wire is going to leverage, I can't stress it, probably $100 million by the time you have marketing, infrastructure costs, by the time you pay for all the legal compliance, all the technology that it takes to support Steven's show and Steven's show, even at the price that we offered for it, which he would have wanted much more, at least $100 million. Obviously, if the show makes dramatically less money, well, then Steven has to make less money because we're making less money. And I brought this up to Steven on the phone, and I said, Steven, if your show...
That's what I was saying. Covering your ass. Okay, also, I have to say, I'm realizing there's another thing here that I had misunderstood when Crowder was presenting it, or I hadn't. No, it's not that I hadn't misunderstood. I hadn't noted it, dude. Since when would lefty companies buy ad space on the Daily Wire? They already don't buy ad space on Daily Wire. The only companies that are going to buy the ad space on Daily Wire are companies that cater to conservative demographics in the first place. So where is this risk of leftist boycotts? Where is this risk of like advertiser boycotts when the advertiser are already pre-selected to be conservative? This argument from Crowder makes no sense surrounding the ad stuff. And Boring is right. From the perspective of the Daily Wire, they're just covering their ass in case something unexpected happens. But it would truly be unexpected. Like, the Daily Wire is going to help you find advertisers. They got their contacts. You got your contacts. Like, why would they drop you in the first place?
So if we guarantee you $1 for your show, and the show makes $1 in ad revenue and $1 in subscription revenue, then how does the money work? Well, it works that $2 come in, you get your guaranteed $1, we get $1. What do we do? What do you do with your $1? Well, you produce your show, and you pay yourself. What do we do with our $1? Well, we market your show, provide all the back-end infrastructure, pay for the 250 plus humans who work to make all of this continue to grow. By the way, we don't pay for one single person more than we need. There's no charity jobs. We're not giving our money away. If anything, we're understaffed by 50%. We ask more of our employees than any other company probably in America today. We drive people incredibly hard because our resources are limited, because we're trying to accomplish so much for our values, for our movement.
Dude, sounds like a great place to work, huh? Yeah, that's not a flex. Jesus Christ. All right, see you, Emin. Thanks for hanging out.
Pay for that out of our $1, and then we pay ourselves. But that's how it works. I said, if the next day one of the dollars, the ad dollar, goes away, now what happens? Should it be that you said something on your show that caused that $1 to go away? Now you keep your $1 and we make $0? I said, that wouldn't make any sense. Obviously, you would have to lose a little and we would have to lose a little. I said, we're trying to sort of emulate the idea of a joint venture. And Steven said, no, you should lose all the money. It's your business. And I said, well, Steven, how would we have a business? Why would we be in business? And how would we stay in business? And Steven, this is a very important point. Steven, again, I think the most entertaining, talented person in the conservative movement, I think one of the most entertaining and talented people in entertainment generally in the country today, has created a very successful content generation company, a very successful production company.
Contrast? Really? Good one.
But Steven's never had to create the company that actually distributes, markets, and monetizes all of that content. He talks in his video about being one of the only true independent conservative voices. And I find that incredibly offensive. Steven, the whole time I've known him, has worked for someone else, has been paid by someone else. That doesn't mean other people tell him what to say. He's a very independent voice, and that's good. So is Matt Walsh. So is Candace Owens. So is Ben Shapiro. So is Michael Knowles. So is Brett Cooper. But Steven, as much or more than any of them, a very independent voice. But he's not exactly a self-made man. That's not true. He was paid by PJTV when I met him, which was owned by a billionaire at the time. Then he was paid by CRTV for a number of years, which was owned by a billionaire at the time. Then he was paid by The Blaze, which was subsidized by a billionaire, until Tyler Parton, one of the real genius businessmen in our movement, turned the company around and made it profitable. During all of that time, Stephen drove a ton of revenue. He's incredibly valuable. I'm not suggesting that he wasn't driving value. He was. I'm only saying he didn't have to build all of that. He didn't have to think about it. And he didn't necessarily have to be profitable. And he doesn't know for a fact that he was profitable because, as he has said very publicly, all those companies, none of them really shared all the information about what was happening with them. So Stephen feels very certain that his show was always profitable, but he doesn't know that his show was profitable. And even if it was, what became of that profit? Most of that profit almost certainly was reinvested into growing the infrastructure and growing the technology and growing the marketing and growing the compliance. That's how business works. And if you're the Daily Wire, we're a very successful company by conservative media standards, and we're a tiny fraction of the smallest legacy media company. If we're going to make one of the biggest investments we've ever made in talent, which is what we were offering Crowder here, an amount of money that puts all of our investments at risk. I mean, if it doesn't work, you're not going to be able to make that kids' entertainment content. You're not going to be able to make that those movies and TV shows. You're not going to be able to continue to do things like sue the federal government to stop the vax mandate. You're not going to be able to do things like deploy investigative journalists to Virginia where they uncover the Loudon story that changes the course of the gubernatorial election. All of that takes resources. When you leverage 50, 60, 70, $100 million, you're taking an enormous risk. You're putting all of that at risk. You don't do it cavalierly. You do it because you believe, and I do, that Stephen is worth it, that he's incredibly valuable. But it is still a huge risk. There's also a time factor. He might drive all that revenue, but what if it takes a year or even 18 months to bring over those Mug Club subscribers, to get those advertisers spending, right? Well, you're losing 8 figures a year in the interim while or 7 figures a year in the interim while you're doing that. So you can't just say, we're going to pay you $50 million, even if the show doesn't bring in any money. That's not punishment. First of all, 50 million minus 25% is not punishment by the standards of any human being in the world today, right? That's not punishment. That's just reality. He would still be being paid millions and millions of dollars, and we would be actively working with all those people that we're paying out of our cut to go find new advertisers to replace it, at which point he would be making his money again. Same with the content strike. If any major platform, YouTube, Facebook, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, issues a content strike such that Crowder's content cannot be monetized on the platform, then again, there's this 90-day concept, and again, there's this 25% reduction. Now, Stephen, when I spoke to him, he was very upset. He said, I've already been demonetized on YouTube. That's the kind of thing in a negotiation. You scratch through that with your red pen and you say, Stephen's already been demonetized from YouTube, so we can't start the deal at minus 25. You have to already have anticipated that, and that would have been fine. That's just a very common.
That's
but
what
if he were making a significant portion of his revenue on YouTube, and he lost that revenue, it's not punishing him to say you will make less. We're all going to make less. The real punishment would be if we took all the hit, continue to pay him guaranteed money, whether his show makes money or not, and then we lose the business as a result. And now no one pays Stephen anything, and no one releases Stephen's content. He has to go build it all from scratch in crisis. Yep. Ban. The Crowder content cannot be released on any of the major platforms because of his content being banned from those platforms. And then we'll reduce the fee if YouTube 20, if Apple 20, if Facebook 10, if Spotify 10. Same kind of concept. If the content simply cannot appear and therefore cannot not only be used for marketing, cannot be used to grow the brand, also can't be monetized, well, we can't pay him the same as if it was. If you're making 25% of your money on YouTube, and now YouTube is permanently gone, you can't make that money anymore. It's not punishment. And this is really what it comes down to. Stephen's philosophy seems to be, I deserve to be paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, whether my show drives the revenue or not. That's not a business relationship. He's not looking for a business relationship. He's looking for a benefactor. The Daily Wire is not a nonprofit.
Yeah, pretty much. The guy just nailed it. Steven Crowder was looking for an ideological benefactor, not a. He doesn't understand how a business. I can't believe. No, he does. He has to understand how business relationships work. He's willfully misunderstanding what a business relationship should look like in this situation, which is insane. I'm going to put my stuff away and let's continue. That's crazy.
We aren't benefactors. We're a business. We only get to eat what we kill. And at the very beginning, we thought maybe we could do like a joint venture with Stephen where we have the same relationship. There's no guarantee of money. And if there's more money, he gets a cut. And if there's less money, he gets a cut. But we knew, no, Stephen, at his level, his history, his experience, he just needs a big guarantee. He's earned it. But we still have to replicate in the deal some measure of that shared responsibility. And that's all this was meant to accomplish. You say, well, it's the same in the end anyway, because you're still telling him, if you say something YouTube doesn't like, we're taking away your money. Well, no, if YouTube would be the one taking away the money. We're just saying that we can't bear the entire brunt of that. But it's even, I think what Stephen's suggesting here is kind of even more disingenuous than that, because I actually kind of came up with this whole concept by watching Stephen Crowder. I mean, I mentioned it before. Stephen created this idea of Piss Off YouTube segment at Mug Club. And I saw it and thought it was genius. What does it mean? It means Stephen can go on YouTube, speak to a huge audience. In fact, most of his audience, that's where they engage with him, right? The subscribers are a very small percentage of Stephen's audience. Mug Club is a very small percentage of his audience. YouTube is the vast, overwhelming majority of Stephen's audience. He can go on there and he can be risque and he can do what he wants to do, but he can be calculated too. And he can say, there are some things that I simply can't say here because these bastards hate free speech. For those things, come over to Mug Club and become a subscriber. And then for 30 minutes a day at the Blaze, he could say whatever he wanted. And I thought that was a genius thing, and I implemented it at Daily Wire because I was inspired by Stephen, who again, very talented guy, very smart guy. This is just meant to say the same thing. Hey, I want you to be thoughtful about what you say on the free part of the show. Doesn't mean I want you to say things that aren't true. Doesn't mean I want you to say things you don't believe. Doesn't mean I want you to bend the knee to big tech. What it means is I want you to preserve the revenue as best you can, preserve the audience as best you can, and then tell people there's a reason we're building these multi-million dollar platforms. There's a reason we have subscribers. It's so that there is a place where they can't take our voice away. They can't tell us what to say. So what should he do? He should go on YouTube. He should talk about the things that he talks about, and then he should say, listen, there's some new study came out about the COVID vaccine, and I want to talk about it, but these bastards at YouTube won't let me. Come over to Mug Club at Daily Wire Plus. Go over there and talk about it. And in that way, we keep growing his brand, bigger and bigger audience, more and more people. We have those revenue opportunities, and Stephen is free to say the things he wants to see. I don't know why when he read this, he couldn't see that. I don't know why when we talked about it after the fact and he was very upset with me, he couldn't see it. But I find it deeply offensive that he won't give me the benefit of the doubt, and even more offensive that he felt that he needed to air our disagreement about this section publicly. Stephen's my friend.
Yeah, okay. The more I'm listening to this, the more I think Chinchilla is right, and like Steven Crowder basically is drama farming the situation. I find it very, very, very hard to believe that Steven Crowder is that illiterate that he doesn't understand how business relationships work. Right? That he's an experienced business person. Listen, he just wants to wear his cute little holsters and have fun. Ooh, I agree. If I had a cute little holster, I would do that too. Nebula has 140 of YouTube's biggest creators and still seems to be failing. Crowder can. Oh, you mean like creating the alternative platform? Yeah, we will see about that. That is a very, very, very ambitious project for sure.
He's my ally. It's just a low move. And I'm sure he thinks he's standing on principle. The problem is, you might even think that, first of all, friendship is a principle. You might think, yeah, but some things have to be more important in the public space than friendship. I don't know if that's true, but let's say that it is true. You have to be right if you're going to burn one of your friends the way that Stephen burned us. And Stephen is wrong. I am not an enforcer for big tech. I am trying to maximize the reach and revenue of my hosts and my company, because no company spends more money than the Daily Wire directly marketing its talent. We spend tens of millions of dollars every year helping our talent grow, marketing our talent with real dollars. We spend tens of millions more building technology, tens of millions more on staff and support, building expertise, so that we can, over time, build a completely parallel system, a completely parallel economy. That is not a day's work. That is a generation's work. That is the work that we are engaged in. That's why we've had so many successes. You have been with us for so many.
Okay, now he's doing the same. He's just hyping himself up. Okay. So we got Crowder's version of events. We got Boring's version of events. Let's see Ben Shapiro's. Benny Boy, what you got for us, Benny Boy? It's nasty. Wait, let me put a marker. All right, let's go. It's nasty to attack my company and Daily Wire hosts as Big Con by lying about the meaning of a non-binding term sheet. It's despicable to plan weeks in advance to attack my best friend and your friend by setting up and secretly taping a phone call. We haven't. Wait. Before the Twitter thread, we haven't listened to the tapped phone call. Oh, let's get that first over here.
They don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit. Come over and make a salary and grow their brand. They can be wage slaves for a little bit. They can be wage slaves for a little bit.
Busted hairline, have a shit day. Thank you, Angelina, and hope you have a good day too. Yeah, we gotta go to the Steven Crowder phone call and his whole Big Con bad. Yeah, let's check it out.
Those things are worth like $5,000 now. It's an expensive gag. So didn't want to have to do this, but Daily Wire outed themselves very, very quickly. And sure enough, if you see all of the people who work there, some of whom I have relationships with, they immediately tried to make this all about money. Here's the problem. There are a few problems, and I'll go through with some receipts. Everything that was said...
Oh, sorry, subtitle. I forgot. Okay, let's go back. Yep, you're right, Spaniard. Thank you.
They don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit. Come over and make a salary and grow their brand. They can be wage slaves for a little bit. They can be wage slaves for a little bit.
God bless the talk boy. Those things are worth like $5,000 now. It's an expensive gag. So didn't want to have to do this, but Daily Wire outed themselves very, very quickly. And sure enough, if you see all of the people who work there, some of whom I have relationships with, they immediately tried to make this all about money. Here's the problem. There are a few problems, and I'll go through with some receipts. Everything that was said about negotiations, how they transpired, beyond a numerical value, which is true and I'll get to, everything else is untrue. I don't really want to get into that. It's completely irrelevant. Here's why. Go back to the 20-something minute video, 30-minute video. You've never heard me say or write anywhere online that these offers weren't paying enough money.
You dumb fuck. How can you complain about the fairness of a contract if you don't care about the first and most important part, which is how much you're getting out of it? Of course, that's central to the issue. You could take less money and take less risk, or you can take more money and have more risk. That's the basic trade-off of any single investment or business agreement. It's always about the money. God.
Because it's not about the money. It's kind of unreal to me that the only thing these people can still talk about is the money. The conversation was about conservatism, the movement, and big tech. They keep talking about money. I'm talking about a country. I'm talking about a movement. I'm talking about making a difference.
Dude, I just got owned so hard. Like yelling, it's about the money, and then he's saying it's not about the money. Oh God, what is it about, dude?
It's not about the money, and Jeremy and the Daily Wire know that. How do I know they know that? Because after, according to what he said, I walked away from the offer. I did place one more call to the Daily Wire, and I made it very, very clear that it wasn't about money. That was not the topic of conversation. There was zero, as they've tried to portray this, miscommunication. It was one last call where the only thing that I asked for, my only demand, was their word, and not even for me, but for other people coming up facing these kinds of contracts. Let's say it's a kid who comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers or something like that, 100,000. Let's say some other kid you're paying 6 figures to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube.
Yeah, sure there would be.
And here's something else. I was also very measured. I was painstakingly clear in taking myself off the table because it wasn't going to be a right fit. That happens in business all the time. But that we weren't talking about me. We were talking about the futures of other people who could potentially be in that position, that very disconcerting position. No miscommunication. What I'm talking about is you're describing a model for everyone, not just let's get rid of me here. Everyone, if there's a penalty for being demonetized on YouTube, because your business model requires that be a huge component of it, you need to change your business model or this movement cannot work, Jeremy. I can't imagine my show trying to come up and be beholden to YouTube advertiser guidelines, let alone, honestly, being beholden from a conservative entity with hard strikes, right, being removed, but let alone being advertiser friendly. We know how broad those guidelines are. They might as well just read, don't say anything offensive, and they change them at the drop of a hat.
I'm not suggesting that the guidelines aren't terrible. I'm suggesting that if making money off of those platforms is part of how you're justifying the salary you're paying someone, then or the fee I keep saying salary, the fee you're paying someone, then when those go away.
Yeah, to be fair, like to stop accusing Crowder of doing this or that, the reality that we're seeing here is Crowder is an ideologue, or at least he's portraying himself as one, and the Daily Wire, represented here by Mr. Boring, is simply a business venture. That's it. Boring is boring. And I'm saying that in the best way possible. He's a co-CEO of a business, and he's caring about the bottom line, about the business functioning correctly, and that's it. That's all. The Crowder is the one bringing in this like weird ideological reading of what's going on.
Everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model? Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Of course, telling someone else, hey, change your business model. I get it. I'm in no position to say that unless, instead of Monday morning quarterbacking it, here's the thing. I didn't just offer criticisms. I offered a guide on how to, here's the deal. I want to sit at the table with people who, granted, have an immense amount of power and have incredibly deep pockets. That is all true, to be clear. And by the way, it's something that I want to have on our side of the aisle. But I offered a guide on how to do it. It is incumbent, this is what this is about. It is incumbent upon conservatives, if we believe what we say, to uncouple, to divest, if you want to use that term, from big
Wait. By the way, this is the second call Crowder had. Keep that in mind. This is a call. He had registered a website calling out big conservatives. Like, he recorded this call to paint the Daily Wire in a bad light. Let's double check that. Okay, this was released January 20th. Not sure what the date is of the phone call. He doesn't say. But okay, let's see. January 20th. Oh, that's Benny Boy's timeline. Okay, we're getting to it afterwards. So we're getting to it afterwards.
Tech. Right?
Spoilers.
The movement as we move forward to not rely on playing ball with Facebook and with YouTube. That is something that we have to move toward. You know that we've been trying to do that here for years. That's why every single show we say, hey, if you can watch on Rumble, please do so. We're not looking to be banned on YouTube, but at least we certainly won't compromise the truth in order to be advertiser friendly. Here's the thing, Daily Wire, Jeremy, and I really do hope that we can talk at some point. Please, you can pick up the phone. We've done that. We here have found a way to make that work. For proof, see election night, our numbers on Rumble there, and see the numbers on Rumble when we get suspended from YouTube. I think it was 4 times this last year, and I went to great lengths to communicate that to the people at Daily Wire. There can be no next me if the people at the top with the financial resources are doing the bidding. That's being the arm of big tech. What you just said is, well, we have to play ball with big tech if we want to make money. Well, I don't. Why don't you guys follow a model like I have and scale it? That's what I've been doing since 2014. That has been trying to make sure, which I thought we were all doing, that we can all flip the bird to Silicon Valley. This is saying we need him and you need to play ball. And by the way, before some of you ask this, look, there's always personal information on phone calls. And for the record, I've recorded 3 people on phone calls in my life. All 3 are involved with big tech. Just to be clear, the entire call transcript has been sent to others to verify without hopefully having to release the whole thing. And I'll be on Tim Pool's show, I believe, on Monday to talk about it. Now, this is something else that's been brought to my attention. Look, some people have been sent out from Daily Wire and have gotten very personal. Obviously, when we released this video, we didn't name names, and I told you there are a lot of people in the space who have made offers, and it is true. There are quite a few, and there are some others that have been pretty similar to this. This isn't an incredibly unique scenario, but there have been some good people out there too, and we're still talking with them. So I do know that some people from Daily Wire have come out, maybe been instructed to. I have no idea. I don't care. They've gotten very personal. I don't want to do that. At least I didn't want to. But now it's sort of necessary for me to do so. So these are the only personal things I will say about the people at Daily Wire. Andrew Klavan is one of my favorite people of all time. He has an unbelievable skill to make you feel like the smartest guy in the room, even though I guarantee you he's smarter than you. There are very few people whose company I enjoy more than Andrew Klavan. Jordan Peterson is not only a friend, I would go to the wall for him. He's a guy who has changed the landscape of our country for the better.
Amazing.
Can't say enough good things about him. Ben Shapiro is possibly the smartest person I know. That's as personal as I'll get. Now, here's the thing. Only after that final
Benny
call,
boy.
after negotiations had followed through, pleading.
Benny boy, you're the smartest person alive. Oh, damn. I only recorded 3 calls in my life as well. One with your mom, your grandma from your dad's side, and the grandma from your mom's side. Nice.
On the side of principle, and knowing that it was completely met with deaf ears. Did I come out like I did? See, here's the thing. Daily, they keep talking about a business. Well, I walked away from the table because I'm talking like it's about a country, about a movement. And this is the thing. The response that I've heard over the years is not just now. I've been doing this for a long time. You constantly hear, it's just business. It's just business. Well, guess what? It's not to me. Sure, I run a business, but it's not just business. And let me ask you, when have you ever heard someone say it's just business when they're doing the right thing? Ever hear someone give $250,000 to charity and say it's just business? And here's something I would like to ask you.
Actually, yes, no? Then don't take the business deal. No, that makes way too much sense. Rumble is hiring an SQL dev. Should I apply? I mean, if you want to work for them, yeah, hells yeah. Sounds like a great job. If it's, I depend on the pay and conditions and all those other things. I have my phone set to record all my phone calls. Is that wrong? Ethically, I think that if you have reason to believe you need it, I don't think it's wrong ethically. I do think there's the onus is on you to delete all the phone calls that aren't relevant at some point, because you don't want that shit to just sit around and like get your phone hacked and stuff, like personal information be released or whatever. But legally speaking, are you in a one party consent state for recording? If not, then that's really dangerous, legally speaking. Okay, anyways. Mr. Crowder, please, you need to understand something. What you want to be running is a political campaign, okay? But you're not. You're running a business. Like, at some point, and you're negotiating with another business. Like, at some point, you have to wrap your head around that, right? That there's, like, what's going on here?
Because I know that they've tried to play the identity politics and, misrepresent the whole financial situation. But yeah, over the course of 4 or 5 years, the total operational budget, meaning 25, 30 employees, all of the costs, security, health insurance, would have been somewhere in the $50 million ballpark for that total operational budget. That is true. Okay. First off, I think it's a good thing for conservative companies out there to be generating or capable of generating far more than that. It'd be better than just Disney and just Netflix and just Hulu Plus. And I'd like the people who are in charge of that to be people who are willing to walk away from that if it comes with strings attached, with people who hate everything you stand for. So let's take that at face value, okay? I want you to ask yourself this question, okay? Put yourself in my shoes.
I would have taken it. I would have taken the 50 million.
How much do your principles matter to you?
They
What
don't.
kind of a
They don't
headspace
ask you to
would you have to
compromise
be
your
in
principles.
to walk
oh
away
my
full
god!
stop
What a
from $50
drama
million?
queen.
Let me ask you even further. What would it take for you to be willing to walk away from at least $50 million because of it causing harm to someone else that doesn't even affect you? But the next kid. I've talked about this, you have it in comedy. I'm never going to be the guy who pulls the ladder up after me. What motivates me is not money. Of course, everyone here likes nice things. They want to make a living. You've heard me say this many times. I want to pass the torch. I want there to be someone else to do this. It can't happen if this is how our movement is structured. And you know that, by the way, this could do irreparable damage to the movement, the country, and the people who fought so hard for the ground gained if we've decided.
I mean, hey, Chinchilla, you're right. You've been calling it for a while now. This is Crowder's socialist arc. This is Crowder standing up for the proletariat, understanding workers' rights, the power imbalances in negotiations in the workplace. Crowder finally is going to advocate for Bernie. That's what's good. That's the next episode of Louder with Crowder. He's voting Bernie next year or next election.
To get in bed with these people who want to strip it away. I'm asking, would you walk away? What would it take for you to walk away from $50 million? Because it's true. That's exactly what I did. It's exactly what I'm doing. And so long as these contracts out there include enforcement of big tech, of punishing conservative creators on behalf of the people we claim to fight and the people who have long since demonetized us and can't stand me, and part of me doesn't blame them. As long as these contracts include that, not even for me, but the next person, I wouldn't take $1 billion. And certainly not if you understand in context, when behind closed doors, I know, and these people know, and acknowledge exactly what's being done to the next generation of creators.
Bench talent, young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get deals that
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
you then own.
Well, I own parts of it. I don't own it. They can, when their contract's up, they can still go out and they'll still be famous. They can keep doing their shows. They'll go do a show somewhere else. They'll be in a far, far, far better place. You help make them.
No, not long as this contract. This contract owns it in perpetuity even after the contract. You're paying a lease but getting ownership. That's what this contract reads.
On the content that we paid to produce, yes.
Look, I understand there are going to be differing opinions on this. I understand that.
He literally just explained it. Oh no. You literally just dude didn't even cut out the part of the phone call where the guy's like, well, the parts that we paid to produce. He could have just cut that out and made his point look so much better, but he didn't. You ever seen Crowder stand up? It's Max Kurinju. I never have actually, no.
As someone who does run a business and has I think maybe 25 employees, I don't know, we're expanding. I understand people run businesses differently and have different priorities. Here's the thing. I would genuinely still, Daily Wire, Jeremy, love to sit down at the table and explain to you how you can make all of this work, how you can scale what we do and not have to be beholden to the people who we all go out and claim that we're fighting, and especially with all of the financial resources that you have, which, by the way, are very impressive. And by the way, since fielding requests for people who've sent this in who you guys are under these kinds of contracts, right? You've sent in your emails. If you're looking to either join a network or looking to navigate these contracts, we've been flooded. I'm going to try and get to all of you. But here's the thing. Let me give you my word right now. My word. Everyone, you can timestamp it, call me on it. Here at Mug Club, we will never take any ownership over your social media platforms or your channels, and I don't want a dime ever of your YouTube revenue. You make your own decision as to whether you want to be monetized or not. Some people want to, some people don't. I just have a problem with requiring that you do and penalizing you if you don't. And to Daily Wire, to the rest of the people out there, give me a call. And
this guy likes trolling people. Absolutely. That is true.
Word, this is all that matters here. Just give me your word that there will never be a clause in a contract again for some unsuspecting kid or someone who doesn't have the luxury to walk away from $50 million.
Steven wants the creators to have the means of their own production. Yes, Steven Crowder is a Marxist. Yes, I agree. Do I read music? It's been a couple years since I've been in music school, and I was working as a professional musician. So my sight reading skills have gone down the drain. But I've made a promise to myself for ever since a couple of weeks ago. I'm getting back into the game. I'm getting back into music. I'm relearning things. I can read as long as I have enough time. I can read sheet music without a problem. I cannot sight read anymore at all. But I used to train for that. I would need to start training for it again to get reacquire that skill. Anyways, moving on. Can you read sheesh music? Sheesh. There you go. Good one. Thank you, Chinchilla. Appreciate you.
As I did, true, guilty as charged. Give me your word that you will not penalize them. 25% for demonetization, another 20% for a strike, another 20% for Facebook, Spotify, Apple, up to 80%. Just give me your word that that clause, that spirit will not be in any contract sent out to anyone else who's at the front lines fighting for this country. And we're done. All of this stops right now. You will never hear from me again. I will go out and sing your praises. You can pick up the phone. You have my word. That's all it is. That's all this is about. In the interim, to everyone else, stopbigcon.com, be a signatory. I'll see you Monday.
Yeah, and then once again, like all that happens is instead of getting 50 million for 4 years, you get like 30 million for 4 years. Because now, like that's how risk works. That's how risk works in the business deal. That's it. And you were supposed to negotiate that. If that clause pissed you off that much, then you could have gone at it that way. But oh well. Okay, so now Crowder leaked the private phone call. Let's see Ben Shapiro's take on the situation. Benny boy, can you make things right? All right. It's nasty to attack my company and DW Plus hosts as BigCon by lying about the meaning of a non-binding term sheet. It's despicable to plan weeks in advance to attack my best friend and your friend by setting up and secretly taping a phone call, all to grow your email list. Here's a timeline. Prior to October 5th, Steven's agent requests we send an offer. October 5th, we submit a non-binding term sheet. November 2nd, Steven tells Jeremy he wants $30 million per year and us to send him a new offer, refusing to redline the term sheet. November 14th, we told Steven we couldn't do that. December 12th, Steven apparently registers stopbigcon.com, knowing he's leaving the Blaze and that we have not provided him an offer to his liking. Steven needed a plan. Attacking us was the plan. December 15th, Steven announces he's leaving the Blaze. January 7th, Steven texts Jeremy in friendly fashion to ask if they can talk. January 9th, Steven calls Jeremy and secretly tapes him. This means 96 days elapsed between when he received the term sheet and when he secretly taped Jeremy. And it means that 36 days elapsed between when he decided to attack Daily Wire and Jeremy by purchasing Stop BigCon and when he called Jeremy to tape him. Gross. Oh, shit. Facts definitely don't care about Steven Crowder's feelings here. Once more, if you actually care about the supposedly horrific non-binding first offer term sheet offering $50 million for 4 years, Jeremy reads it line by line here. It is quite simple. If your show loses money, you lose money. This is how capitalism works. You know who knows this? Steven Crowder. That's why he has a Piss Off YouTube segment in which he deliberately does not say things that will get him kicked off YouTube, and directs people behind his paywall. He must be a shill for YouTube or something. Not helping yourself at the moment, Ben. You guys are all over the place. It's just business. I can't believe he would do this to his friends. Pick a lane. The term sheet DW offered was tone deaf and insulting. I'm on Benny Boy's side here, honestly, all the way. Music. It's been a couple years since I've been in. Oh god, you clipped that. Okay. What's left? Candace Owens. Real Candace Owens, Steven Crowder, unrelatable. Oh, wait.
At the end of the day, I think what happened, this is completely my opinion, by the way, so I'm not blinking twice, I'm not under duress, is that Steven Crowder became a free agent and he's feeling a little vulnerable right now, right? He's used to working for other organizations. He has some guaranteed pay. And he thought that Daily Wire were actually going to meet him at $120 million. They didn't. They declined. And he's still feeling a little shaky on that. It's scary to go out on your own. I thought about it. I thought about going out on my own. It's a lot of work. Maybe down the line I will. But it's a scary thing to go out, to step out on your own and say, I'm going to do this thing completely by myself. As Jeremy pointed out, Steven's not done that before, right? And so to do this, he pulled a move in which he was going to try to take a bunch of people that were subscribed to the Daily Wire and start his own company. So essentially saying, I'm the hero, I'm the martyr, follow me because I'm not like those guys. And then he was going to start his own shop. And that's what he's trying to do. And some people fell for it and said, I'm with you to the end, I'm Mug Club till I die, and didn't understand that really nothing happened.
Man, look at this production value, by the way. Like, I'm learning to appreciate those things. Look at the transition from the, like, wide shot.
And start his own company. So essentially saying, I'm the hero, I'm the martyr, follow me because I'm not like those guys. And then he was going to start his own shop. And that's what he's trying to do. And some people fell for it and said, I'm with you to the end, I'm Mug Club till I die, and didn't understand that really nothing happened.
The off-angle close-up.
Pay Steven Crowder $120 million. So he turned to his viewers, who he thinks are stupid.
Hey, this is why DW is bringing the big bucks contracts. Like, they got production quality, production value.
Stupid enough, at least not to understand how business negotiations work, right? Like, this is like normal. You kick it back and forth. And they were going to make up for his loss. So people that are upset by his video, the millions of people who watched it, are now going to give him $1, whatever it costs to be in the Mug Club. And they're going to become the $120 million that he feels that he deserves. First of all, I'm just going to say this, unrelatable. Unrelatable. People are trying to pay for bacon and eggs right now at the grocery store, trying to buy a steak once a week, and you're over here crying because somebody couldn't meet you at $120 million. And it is crying. I don't like it. It was a total bitch move. There are plenty of things that happen across all organizations in the conservative movement where I will say that I empathize with Steven Crowder and saying that sometimes you feel like a cynic, which is like, is everybody selling out? Are people doing this, people doing that? There are a lot of things that Daily Wire has done that I disagree with. There's a lot of things that Turning Point has done that I disagree with. There are things perhaps that PragerU has done that I disagree with. I have worked with all of these companies, right? But to do a total bitch move and go out to the public rather than trying to resolve these things and these slight differences behind the scenes, and to make it seem like you're the hero and you're the true one and you keep it authentic.
If there actually was a problem with the contract, I would agree with Crowder on this. Absolutely, you're absolutely entitled to go to the public with it if there is an issue. But hey, right now, the facts are piling up, and they're not piling up on Crowder's side. Not for Broadcast is a Steam game where you are the live TV camera control guy and you have to hit these shots. Looks fun. Oh yeah, I think I saw a trailer for it. It does look fun. Yeah, she's going in guns blazing. Yeah.
When something really nothing happened other than you didn't like an initial term sheet, and all you had to do was tell them that and tell them what you didn't like and go back and forth with lawyers like everybody else. I think it's crappy.
Yeah.
I think Steven is a little egocentric.
This has to be the first time in my life where I'm actually agreeing with Candace Owens, and I'm agreeing with Candace Owens. She's nailing it here.
He probably will do better on his own. I don't think he knows how to play on a team. And by the way, the last thing I'm going to say, because I'm going on Tim Pool tonight, so I'm going to say it anyways later, is that I'm pretty sure, wasn't it Steven Crowder who also screwed over somebody he used to work with? Was it not Gay Jared? Because he had him tied up in a contract. Wasn't that Steven Crowder who did that? So
okay, I have no clue how true that. Wait, is that true? Steven Crowder. What did you call him? Not Gay Jared? What is that actually? Oh, not gay. Steven Crowder and Not Gay Jared. Stars Joe Rogan. Oh, it's the Joe Rogan podcast with Not Gay Jared and Steven Crowder. Okay, what is this? What happened to Not Gay Jared? Why is Steven Crowder at war with Ben Shabibo's company? What happened to Not Gay Jared? Jared was the Louder with Crowder cast member. Fans of the podcast came to know about the news in 2018 that Not Gay Jared was leaving the show. In the episode titled A Very Not Gay Jared Farewell, he said that he was passing on the torch. Jared revealed that he left Louder with Crowder because he and his partner were about to have a baby. I mean, that doesn't even matter. What? Jared from Subway, exactly. Wait, if that's all, if he was just having a baby and he wanted to leave a very demanding job, then that's why is Candace Owens saying that there was like a big, oh no, We're like diving headfirst into some wacky, like conservative influencer drama here. This is not what I was expecting. Gonna not believe Candace Owens on this because I don't find her to be a very reliable source of truth. But sure.
Is he supposed to be the moral high bar? Are we not supposed to call him out for that? Here's the thing, Stephen. Why don't you release Not Gay Jared from his NDA and allow him to talk about how he felt he was treated by you? Because I know that at the Blaze, everyone says that you're actually not that nice. You treat people poorly, but you bring in so much revenue that everybody just has to take it. So I don't like it. It stinks to high heaven, and I'm calling.
That sounds like super salty. Like, hey, now we hate each other. Now I'm gonna drop all the bullshit I heard about you. Okay, come on. Lol, the Progressive Traditionalists Conservatives Alliance. Only Crowder could make this happen. Exactly. Was that the weed episode? I have no clue, Nies. I don't watch Joe Rogan. That's the most vile media I've ever heard of. Yeah, Joe Rogan with Crowder. Oh God. What is up with Jareds and Andrews? They're no good, I tell you. True. What's up with them? Seriously. Is Andrew the new Adolf? More at 5. Okay. We just heard Candace Owens talk about it. We can skip that video. All right. I think we're done with this segment. Verdict. I'm on Ben Shabibo's side, and in case you're still on the fence, in case you're still not sure, I would like you to consider this.
Let's say, hypothetically, you've been a naughty girl even. Okay. And if you were a naughty girl, you would also be my dirty little slut, right? Then, hypothetically speaking, you would be my little cum slut. Now, let's say that you're also daddy's girl. Now that we've established that you're both a bad girl and daddy's girl, then I believe you'd agree with me when I say that you deserve a spanking. Am I not correct? A bad girl deserves a spanking, and as I am daddy, you are my girl, so I am the one who must provide punishment.
Facts and logic don't care about your feelings. All right. What's next on what's next on the show? True and Bebo pilled, exactly. Whoops. Oh yeah, dude. Nies sent me this, and it's sad. It is sad. I had never realized. Like, so I this is pre-watched. I watched this already. Basically, watching this, I understand what I felt watching like older Sneeko content. I hadn't realized Sneeko actually had a brain some time ago.
If I was him, I'd hate us. I'd hate you. Of course he does. Of course he does. Don't get mad at the dude. He's fat. He's short. He's clearly lonely. He's wearing fucking baggy ass shorts. All right, now that.
Wait, why is it muted now? Oh crap! I accidentally muted the video. Okay, this maximum volume, and we rewind.
Okay, well, yeah, he did call him an incel, but you shouldn't be like physically talking about another man on that level.
Is he American? He looks fucking amazing. He's dressed as American. I'm in my tailored $10,000 suits. Yeah,
okay, so they're making fun of Ethan Klein here. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is the picture's a bit blurry, so I'm not sure.
A geeky hat on. I haven't got a pedo mustache. I got all the women. I got money.
He just said, I paid $10,000. Why do you spend $10,000 on suits?
True.
It's a suit. It looks the same all the time. It's a fucking black jacket, black pants, and a tie. You don't need to spend $10 on that. You spend.
Dude, he used to not buy into all this materialistic bullshit. Like, this is so sad. This is so sad. Where did he go wrong? How did he lose himself? I actually really want to know.
10 bands on it, so you could say in a podcast that it costs 10 bands. But just dress well.
I got the Bugatti. I got the jet.
It's true, but no.
Of course he hates us.
Of course, but it's just an amazing. I got a jet. I got a. See, this one. I don't know, man. Like these self-help dudes are just are too full of themselves. Like, why are you yelling about your jet on a podcast?
And he sees, like, okay, he doesn't see completely through it. He maybe doesn't yet see, he doesn't see like the insecurity behind those self-help dudes, but he sees the bullshit, right? He's like, why are you guys sitting on a podcast yelling about your Bugattis? What's wrong with you? Yeah.
Lack of self-awareness for somebody like that. It's actually almost an impressive lack of self-awareness for someone like that to look at someone like me, who's as accomplished as I am with every genetic gift God can.
All right, bro. Like, as accomplished I am with the genetic gifts of a man and the physical superiority of my body. So why are you like, bro? You're wearing a shiny fucking bomber gold jacket with open and sunglasses on. You look like a video game character. You look like what a 12-year-old would pick as his GTA.
Actually, true.
All right, there's self-help for men, and then there's also just jerking yourself off to other men. Because right now you're like, I'm a high-value, genetically superior man. Like, bro, button up your fucking jacket, B. These guys, like, women, in the chat, there's like maybe 6 of you here. Do you think that these guys are going to be fun to date? I guess I don't know them, and I'm judging it off of 2 minutes in a podcast where they're defending themselves being called incels. I guess they'd be fun, like, because, like, I think this guy on the left is a fighter or stuff like that. So, like, a woman will enjoy that. But based on this so far, do you think that they're giving like the charming personality that women want to be charmed? That's actually takes precedent over the rest of the superficial stuff that men always talk about on this podcast. Women want to have a good time.
He nails it. I don't get it. How can you go from this to what he's now? This is crazy. And maybe you're right, Jokester. Maybe he noticed he could be one of those dudes and he just fell for the grift. But he was making money already. He was a really successful YouTuber. He didn't need to go for the full-on grift. Was he just greedy? Or did he like brainwash himself at some point? I don't understand. Or maybe he just like continued watching. Like I'm seeing this pause on, and there's this comment here in his chat. You got to watch more of Andrew. Like, is it that? Is it that he just like went down the rabbit hole? What went wrong? The GTA character was so good. Yeah, that was a really good line. I wonder what made him change his mind so hard. Stinko is like the Christian preacher that used to run a satanic church, easily swayed. Yeah, maybe that. His girl got fucked while he watched. Something wired in his brain and he switched up. Cuckoldry, not even once. We now know it thanks to Grossgore. Did you watch the Tate docu? It turns out that anyone who gets someone to sign up for Tate's shit gets 40% of the proceeds. It's yeah, I know. There's like the whole pyramid scheme thing going on with his class sign up thing. But I haven't watched the docu. No. Maybe that's how it started. Stinko saw he can make bucks on the Ponzi. Yeah, it could just be greed. Like that's what Jokes is saying too. He could have just gone full greed, which would be really sad as well. I mean, like. There definitely are things I could compromise on for money as well, but Jesus Christ, I wouldn't be able to compromise after like seeing what he sees. He sees the absurdity. He sees the bullshit of the like he sees through their bullshit, and yet he still chooses to grift for them. Like, damn. Well, he literally got cuckolded several times after that relationship. He got on the Andrew Tate stuff. Yeah, I guess it woke up some like deep insecurities, and he found salvation in the Andrew Tate stuff. I don't know, greed and some sort of negative cloud whoring like Tate and Ye. Yeah, maybe, and like a combination of all of this. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, I thought you were joking. No. It's a real story. So Sneeko has told it in like interviews where he he had this like really traumatic experience with cuckoldry or like opening the relationship where he saw his girlfriend being fucked by another dude and it really affected him. I haven't watched that interview, so I don't know how it affected him. Did he like think it was hot and was weirded out by that, or did he just realize it was not for him and he needs an exclusive monogamous relationship? I have no clue what happened. I did not watch that interview, but something happened along those lines. What do you think about horses? Sorry, I just saw Vosh. Obligatory Vosh horse compilation, right? Am I right?
When I say horsecock, though, I mean horsecock. Because people, and this is one of those, like, it's one of those, like, everyone shirks now. But if a human had a horse penis, just somehow, whatever, people would be lining up to fuck them. And not just any people.
Okay. Obligatory uncomfortable, true as well. Wait, what is this?
I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
Like, Vosh is a great content creator, and he has a bunch of great stuff out there. But the moment he talks about horses, yeah, it gets really weird.
The problem is with a lot of the right-wing people is that a lot of the right-wing guys are actually fucking losers. The thing is with this whole right-wing, left-wing is there's very few people who don't prescribe absolutely to one tribe. And that means that you end up agreeing to things you don't necessarily agree with. I'm literally the only person I know who I would consider myself right-wing, but there are some left-wing ideas I agree with. I agree with the idea of a universal healthcare system. I don't think we should do transsexual trans ops for free, but I like the idea that if I get in a car crash, if I ever wake up in hospital, I don't owe trillions of dollars. I think that's a good thing. I agree that global warming is real. I agree that global warming is happening. And I also believe that women should be allowed to have abortions. Why would you force women to have kids they don't want? You're just going to raise a whole bunch of shitty kids and inspire crime rate to go up. They don't want the kid. They're not.
I never thought I would agree so hard with Andrew Tate in a video. Oh shit, where's Greta? True. Wait, when is this? What's the date on this, Mr. Knees? Wait, did he change his mind on global warming? Is he just grifting? Is he just hardcore alternate universe Andrew Tate? Is this the AI? Is this the AI recordings that they're accusing us of?
Not going to be able to raise the kid properly. It's just going to be pure hell. So I agree. They're all left-wing ideas. But most right-wing people are like, no, global warming's not real. No, abortion's bad. No, I'm like, you know what? I'm the only person who is right-wing, but I can look at things sensibly. And most people can't do this. But then a lot of the right-wing figures, they prescribe to all that garbage. Everything that's right-wing, they sign up to, absolutely. But then if you look at their personal lives...
And like even his take on building political identity. Like, I've talked about this on stream already. You should be building your identities in constructive, additive manners, not in subtractive manners, okay? You can build your self-identity, your your moral system, your thought system, your worldview, in ways where you add things instead of subtracting, cutting yourself off from things. And like that's basically what he's saying.
You have a whole bunch of shit that's contradictory anyway, like that Milo Yiannopoulos, whatever his fucking name is. Everyone loves him. He's gay, which is fine. He's also a devout Christian, which is absolutely contradictory. You cannot sit there. Literally, when he was on Bill Maher said, how can you be gay and a Christian? He goes, well, I'm a strange guy. That's not an explanation for believing in a book that says you should be dead. It's just stupid. You're just a moron. And Candace Owens.
Wait, what?
I love Candace Owens. I think she's amazing. She's saying all the things that I've been saying my whole life.
Wait, why would you say it's stupid? You should praise him. He's someone who's capable of like combining different identities. Lol, running casinos while being a Muslim. Yeah, I know.
My black family. Get the fuck over it. Slavery was a long time ago. Since that was 400 years ago. In the last 70 years, we were fighting the Germans. Now I can go to Germany and everyone gets along. Just fucking chill the fuck out. Candace Owens is amazing, but on Joe Rogan, when he quizzed her about global warming, she's like, nah, global warming's not real.
And he made her look a fool because she believed she had to absolutely prescribe to the right-wing ideals to be accepted as a right-winger.
Yeah, welcome to political grifting. Okay, that's just how it works.
We have to care about the environment? Like, what do you...
No, not even a little bit. Like,
not even a little bit?
No. Do I believe in climate change? No.
And the reason that in the left and the right, nobody really gets anywhere is because everyone is so blindly loyal to purely one side. The problem is with a lot of the right-wing people.
Okay. Oh God, it's just we are on opposite days today. Okay, we got woke Sneeko, we got left wing socialized healthcare Andrew Tate. What's going on? What's next? What are we gonna learn? Rupert Murdoch is like gonna go marry George Soros and buy into his like companies or something. I don't know what's happening anymore. What's reality? Steven Crowder is a Marxist. Steven Crowder believes in creators owning the means to their production. Where are we? Well, the new climate change rift is, I believe in climate change, but it's only changing because it always did. It's not humans. That's not new. That's been the like non-science denier, climate change denier take for the past 20 years, basically. It's been exactly that. It's like, it's happening, but it's actually natural causes, and we don't really give a shit about it. Or if we do give a shit about it, it's only in ways that don't really inconvenience us, right? But that's nothing new, honestly. All right. I have one last piece of prepared content for you, and just for you. Yes, you, not the other people in chat, just you. You know who you know who you are. Tax credits to clean coal to fight for the cause. The sun is hot. I got sent this by someone who, I don't know if Nako is watching right now or not, but by someone who is who hangs out here from time to time and who enjoys my Russia-Ukraine coverage. So they sent me this because they found it interesting, and I found it interesting as well. And I want to go over it real quick because it spawned an interesting discussion. Basically, it starts with a Twitter thread where someone realizes that this photo of neo-Nazis parading in Ukraine, as you can see there's the Ukrainian flag with the I forgot the name of the symbol, clearly neo-Nazis, Totenkopf, SS signals. He has a Totenkopf tattooed on him. He has a Nazi symbol tattooed on him. And this is the same guy. Clearly, you can recognize the Totenkopf tattoo sticking out on his neck. Same guy. Different neo-Nazi rally. You can see the neo-Nazi flags. This one is in Moscow, and this one is in Lviv. You have a neo-Nazi show up in Moscow, and then show up in Lviv, in Ukraine. Turns out, this is not the only time. This is not like a one-off thing. Basically, the European Eye on Radicalization have published a report a while back, October 7th, 2022, where they've managed to track down several neo-Nazis as they left Russia and integrated neo-Nazi circles in Ukraine. Why is this interesting? Because we've been hearing since the start of the war, pro-Russian people continuously ride our ass about how Ukraine is full of Nazis, when Russia itself is not only the source for part of those Nazis, but even more interestingly, let me read a few choice excerpts from this. Russian figures like Sergei Korotkych, Alexei Levkin, and Mikhail Shalankevich are among the most infamous neo-Nazis associated with Azov, and whether under direction from Russia or not, have helped the Kremlin push its narrative about Nazis in Ukraine. Levkin, for example, was involved with RNE and allegedly assaulted minorities and political opponents, vandalized the Jewish and Muslim graves in Russia, murdered 4 people, and was arrested in 2006 for a double murder. yet somehow made his way to Ukraine to establish Azov's most extreme satellite, Wotan-Jugend. Wotan-Jugend translated, published, and promoted the manifestos of mass murderers like the Christchurch shooter Brenton Tarrant, and praised their attacks, organized Führernacht, a night of full-blown Hitler worship, and put on the neo-Nazi heavy metal concert Asgardskreis. Korotkich has a more than circumstantial relationship to both Belarusian and Russian security services, having attended a KGB college in Belarus in the 1990s and having been involved in multiple deadly attacks as part of groups linked to the FSB in both Russia and Belarus, including bombings and stabbings. Yet he, too, magically found his way to Ukraine and into the leadership of Azov. It has been alleged that Korotkich was the man seen in a 2007 video beheading 2 men in front of a Nazi flag alongside other infamous neo-Nazis. Sharenkevich, meanwhile, was a well-known neo-Nazi in Russia who recently made his way to Ukraine despite multiple criminal charges and helped establish a street gang, Alternativa, that is affiliated with Azov and films itself assaulting people. Does this mean there are no Nazis in Ukraine? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. The Azov battalion was clearly dominated by neo-Nazis, but I think that there is one important thing to remember here when we're discussing things with people who only see the Russian propaganda side of things. Everything that they're accusing the US of doing, Russia was doing it already. Sending their neo-Nazis to Ukraine to exert influence, imperialistic influence in a neighboring country, using their presence as an excuse to launch an offensive war. This is exactly what Russia has been accusing the US of doing for all this time. It is always projection. Every single time. It is. Now, to be fair, I have to say, this is probably very, very niche. I haven't read the entire report of the European Iron Radicalization. I plan on checking it out sometime this week, and maybe it'll change my mind on how widespread this is. My understanding of the excerpts here is that there are like niche key figures in the leadership. I shouldn't say niche, key figures in the leadership that clearly have some level of sussiness when it comes to all this, like how did they get out of prison after a double murder to end up in Ukraine? Is maybe something weird's going on? Maybe not. Maybe they just got out of prison. However, this is usually how secret services operate. You don't send in, like, if you want to have a far right neo-Nazi organization under your wing in a foreign country, you don't send in all your a bunch of neo-Nazis. You send in like 1, 2, maybe 5 experienced, passionate, weird choice of words, experienced, driven people who will then form the ring around them with natives. That's how secret services operate, do those kinds of operations. They send in a couple of trusted people, and then those trusted people create the networks, create the rings that will actually be able to exert power. But the only people really in contact with the motherland are those select few sort of agents, basically. So this is pretty consistent with how the FSB would organize this in the first place anyways. A lot of RT propagandists, state media of Russia, are deeply racist. One example I am researching is Douglas MacGregor, an American who is racist against black people, pro-Russian, and an RT expert. Well, yeah, we've seen the alignment, the insane alignment of the RT Russian propaganda machine and the far right. I mean, it's not insane if you look back a couple of years how Russia has been supporting far right movements across Europe, the US. But hey, Ukraine are the real Nazis, right? Russia has just been funding far right parties all across the world, but Russia's the true anti-fascists. Anyways, I thought this was interesting. It's food for thought when it comes to those discussions with people who've bought the Z pill, basically. And that's it for my content for today. We still got 3.5 hours out of it, so that's still pretty good. Most of it being the Crowder Daily Wire stuff, which I'm glad I went over. I really am. That was interesting. Interesting to see the infighting from a different perspective. Interesting to see infighting not among leftists. Okay, gives you another angle to see all the behavior patterns and stuff. That being said, good job. Thank you, Dumdanet. Can we talk about sex now? Okay. Ask away, Kino. What's your question? Dumb meme? I'm all for dumb memes. Benny Boy and Progressive agreeing. We got somewhere. Message from Adept's lawyer. Oh, I did not follow Adept XQC drama. All I know is something about a restraining order or something. I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Hello, XQC.
Oh no.
This is Adept's lawyer. I'm sending this message to you to remind you that the McLaren isn't yours, bucko. Also, your last 3 relationships with women didn't work out. Maybe try some of those femboys you like so much instead. Get the juice. Hello, X.
Oh no. Oh no. Poor XQC. Speedrun. Adept says XQC and Adept were married under common law. Wait, how does that work? Can you get married against your will in the US just because you're like living together? No way. No way. That's insane. Oh yeah, I've seen this tweet, damn it. They're trying to break me. Thrown inside a cell without light. Cockroaches, lice, and bedbugs are my only friends at night. When the guards bring me to and from the courtroom, I stay absolutely respectful. They try to pour hatred into my heart. But please and thank you, stick with me. I can't. Except the way of Wudon. He's somehow, his media team, it's not him running his Twitter account, by the way. Spoiler alert. His media team is still shilling his like weird, wacky wuxia isekai novel. Common law marriage is if you are together and you do marital stuff together, like she's doing your taxes, you can be considered married. It depends on the state. Okay, lesson learned. I'm never. Sophie, you're listening to this. We're not moving in together, okay? Or never in the U.S. Or I guess if we get married, then it doesn't matter. It's just so weird to me. It's so weird to me that you could get like married against your will just because you like build your life together. Yeah, never go to Texas and move in together, I guess, is the lesson here. Anywhere else is fine, just not Texas. Like, I've lived with my girlfriend for 5 years. If I die, she could get my insurance like my spouse. In that sense, that's a good thing. That's actually a good thing, Josta. I'm glad it works that way for you. Oh yeah, and Kino, I missed your question. What's your favorite sex position? I think it depends on the people. Like certain sex positions will be better with certain people, but then like, you know, even this like dumbest detail, like how big you're, like how tall she is compared to you, will change which positions are more pleasurable or aren't. But the only thing I would say is I generally actually really enjoy cowgirl and missionary, because I really like being able to see my partner's face and to like look them in the eyes and have those like romantic, passionate moments. I think that's really nice. Oh, and sucking the titties. Yeah, sucking the titties is a big one too. XQC. Yo, Rocket TTX, welcome to the stream. Yep, that is the juicer, the one and only. I was learning about the Adept XQC drama just now. I hadn't followed it at all, and someone linked me a meme to check out. So the mommy milkers are top notch. Yes. How do I feel about communism? I think there are important lessons to be learned from Marx's work, and that Marx's work has been really important and influential for the fields of sociology, economics, and politics. But I have no confidence in communism as a government system. My family has survived communism. My family's from Poland, and I've seen too many first-hand accounts of how it can go wrong, and just historical accounts of how it has gone wrong, to have any real confidence in it as a political system. But I do think that some of Marx's teachings are very, very valuable and important. Well-rounded stream, exactly. How do you feel about capitalism? I think capitalism is really, really good at growing, and I'm actually quoting Marx when I'm saying this. Capitalism is great at growing capital bases to bases of capital that allow build up of capital in industries, right? I'm repeating the word capital a million times, but how else are you going to talk about capitalism? Capitalism is basically the best system we know for that. Where capitalism breaks down are when in places with like deregulate, where we require regulation. Basically, monopolies are places where capitalism breaks down. Things that are of public service are big problems. Bases. This pic has a vibe of felt cute. Might delete later. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me just get Nee's link here, and then let's continue the capitalism communism debate. I wouldn't even say that. I think the idea that Marx had redeeming aspects when Marx was a half-insane radical who preached about having a dictatorship once they are in power and who called the Jews a race of hucksters. Oh yeah, dude. I'm not into Marx's anti-Semitism either. For context, when I say my family's from Poland, half my family has Ashkenazi roots, and a lot of them died in the Holocaust. I feel deeply and directly concerned by anti-Semitism, and I'm absolutely not a fan of it. But I'm one of those people, and maybe that's not your style, and I fully respect that. I'm one of those people where even if someone heinous, if they say something that I think has value, I'll try to get that value out of it. But that's like a personal choice. I understand why some people will reject everything that comes from someone if they've shown themselves to be a bad person or to advocate for something bad. That is understandable. I think capitalism so far is the best system. It's not a perfect system, but it's the best available. Base social democrat takes now in 1440p. Absolutely. I am a Socdem. How did you know? Do you think Marx would be pleased with Stalin? Probably not. He probably wouldn't be very pleased with Stalin. Probably would have been pretty pleased with Lenin. But I think, like, in hindsight, Stalin was not... It's not a prime example of what Marx was advocating for. Yeah, it's cheating to use capital to define. It's like using definition to define the definition. Look, you're putting me on the spot, okay? And after streaming for like 3 hours and like talking a lot, my brain's a bit fuzzy. I agree with that, but I don't think that redeems them per se. You could believe the 10% of things that Marx said that were accurate and not believe in 90%. Oh yeah, I said nothing about redemption or not. I just said that I think there are valuable things to take away. Speaking of capitalism, my corner deli has weed strain jars right up our front on the counter, based. Also, in general, I'd say Marx's thoughts have been harmful. They've definitely been harmful to a lot of people, but I don't... Yeah, maybe. I'd have to think about that. Lenin wanted Trotsky to lead, not Stalin, for good reasons. Yeah, no shit. New York is blazy. Did you watch The Menu yet? Oh yeah. I went to see. Oh yeah, Scoopster. You should go watch The Menu. You're gonna love it. Because we've been to restaurants. Scoopster is the one who introduced me to like foodie culture. I don't want to. I know how pretentious it sounds. We're not pretentious about it, but I went to see The Menu with Sophie on Sunday, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It's really, really fun. Don't listen to Kino. It's fun, okay? It's really fun. It's like really tongue-in-cheek. It's not pretentious. It makes fun of the pretentiousness of when art meets obscene wealth. That's what the movie's about. I think it's mega preachy. The Menu is. It's not subtle. Like I'm not gonna say it's subtle, but I thought it was very fun. I don't need it to be subtle personally. Oh, about socialism or socialized thingies, I need to tell you, vent about the difficulty at a state school. I'm at the point of wanting to do a scathing docu about it. Oh yeah, you should tell me about it. Maybe we can do like an interview or whatever. Watch Megan instead. Yo, Kino, stop spamming. Okay, seriously, stop. Fucking told y'all, glad you like it as much as me. Yeah. Trotsky himself did not want to lead the USSR because he believed it would give ammunition to anti-Semites. I did not know that. I honestly, I could afford to learn more about that part of Russian history. Okay, we got memes from r/xqcow. But yeah, I think Menu is super preachy and super self-righteous, and all the bad guys are super bad, and all the good guys are super good, even though they literally kill people. That is not what I got from it. I thought everyone was a piece of shit in the movie, except Anna Taylor-Joy. Anna Taylor-Joy was like the only person who was a victim in the whole thing. Well, her and the actress partner, like all the actress partner and the what's her name? She doesn't have a name. The rich old white dude's wife. Those three characters, actually no one deserved what happened at that movie. They're fucking insane. But it's dark humor. You're not supposed to take it literally. It's not like a literal portrayal of justice. It's this like it's like when Tarantino has people like murder each other in crazy wacky ways. Like I don't read that as Tarantino saying we should go out into the street and start shooting people if like. No, he's having fun. It's cinema. It's entertainment. It's fiction. That was so funny when he asked what school she went to and if she has student debt. Yeah, I know. I laughed out loud at that scene. It's so stupid, but like, yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's not to be taken literally. I think The Menu has like this way of writing a story where they intentionally twist everything into a caricature. It is a caricature. Absolutely, it's a caricature. There is no depth or justification to the characters. Like, if anything, I empathized with the guests more than the kitchen staff, who I thought was preachy. The kitchen staff are an indoctrinated death cult, dude. Of course you're not supposed to empathize with them. Except a little bit the chef. A little bit. Not much. The chef is a wacky person, but... Did you ever watch Lucifer? Lucifer, I think, is also similar to The Menu in that it's basically all one long power fantasy. Same with Billions or House. I watched House. I really like House, but I haven't watched Lucifer or Billions. Basically, all TV shows since House have adopted this ultra self-righteous protagonist who shows up and everyone else in the plot is super annoying. I don't know. To me, people who watch House and think Dr. House is a good guy are missing the point. It's like when people watch Fight Club. And they walk away from Fight Club thinking that the what's his name? It's Brad Pitt or fuck, I forgot the name. Fight Club, IMDb. Oh yeah, it's Brad Pitt. Like Tyler Durden. People manage to somehow watch Fight Club and walk away from it thinking that Tyler Durden is the good guy. Like, at that point, I don't care what... Like, people are dumb, okay? People are super stupid. That's all I can say. He can't be a bad guy. He saves people's lives. Just because he's an asshole doesn't make House a bad guy. Depends. In interpersonal relationships... House is a terrible person. He's a terrible partner. He's a terrible friend. He has character growth. Towards the end, he's improved a lot. But Dr. House is not a great person, especially at the beginning of the show. Bro, everybody watched House to empathize with House and to live out their own like weird power fantasy of being super powerful and angry at everybody and being justified. To be fair, you're right. But you're right. Most people watched it that way. I'm just saying they're wrong. Like, they're getting the wrong lesson out of it. But you're right. Lol, Tate totally made Fight Club. That docu totally shows cage fighting scenes and shiz. Oh, God. I think Tyler Durden and Brad Pitt played it way less self-righteous than Hugh Laurie. House was so self-righteous and so insufferable, in my opinion. Fair enough. Patrick Bateman, on the other hand, yeah, that's a shining example of masculinity. Patrick Bateman. That scene where he's in the bathtub cutting out his own tumors is fucking epic, though. Wait, what? What? Where? When? What? What are we talking about? Anyways. But you know, I fully agree with you, Rocket. Yeah, the self-righteousness stuff is wacky. Oh, in House. Oh yeah. Okay, now I remember that scene. Yeah. I don't know. From what I remember, I feel like it went into House's own mental illness, so it wasn't really portraying him in a glamorizing way. I agree. I agree that House was portrayed well, but a lot of people saw him as a hero. A lot of people still glamorize House to this day. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. I'm saying even if House was by himself in a room during the entire TV show, he'd still be 1, extremely angry, 2, extremely know-it-all, and you're all stupid type of person. It's the same character as in Billions and the same character as in Lucifer. You often see the smug, self-righteous character in TV, in my opinion. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But when I see that character, I don't mind seeing that character. I only mind it when people glamorize that character, or when the show glamorizes that character. I don't mind that character existing, personally. But I get where you're coming from, yeah. Anyways, okay, XQC clips. Let's go, and then I'll catch up with the house debate. Oh God. Stenographer when XQC is talking in the court. Okay, true. The stenographer is gonna have a lot of work. Okay. XQC coming back to streaming after losing 50% in the house. Oh shit, this is like an old clip. This is super old, right? Where he's streaming from a garage? The heck? Basically, House is like a super self-righteous professor. Yeah, that's the archetype of the character, and he's surrounded by bumbling students, and only he knows the truth. I guess it doesn't work because he's surrounded by other doctors who are supposed to be of an equal level to him. That's a fair point as well. Did you watch the men's masculinity Vice debate? It's pretty good and timely with the Tate stuff. No, I have not. I'll check it out. I can't really watch that on stream because I'm pretty sure Vice copyrights their content. Like, copyright strikes their content on YouTube. But I could try. I can run a test and see if I can watch it.
Welcome back, everybody. Now it's time that we are going to listen to the defendant, Felix Langell.
Yeah.
Like, holy man, holy I'm so fucking tired of this shit, man.
God, I love XQC. Okay? He's got his flaws, but literally, yeah, most sane Twitch streamer. XQC is the best streamer on Twitch, hands down. Okay, there's no competition. Oh, you watched it with Kid. Oh, right, because Kid doesn't multi-stream. So I on Twitch, I imagine there's no problem with watching it. You want to watch some Russian propaganda? I can link you some. Hells yeah, yeah. Let's do some Russian propaganda. Oh, Chinchilla. Last week I watched this sick Russian propaganda thing. Wagner France propaganda video. Did you see it? Want some Ukrainian propaganda? Turn on CNN. Good one.
La propagande pro-russe n'en est pas à son coup d'essai. Voici la dernière vidéo en date ciblant la France en Afrique.
#NAFO. We are Macron's demons. They went all out, dude. Wagner's destroying France in the marketplace of ideas. This one is Russian television. It's about how diversity is bad, basically, without spoiling it. Well, he spoiled it! Okay, Russian commercial making fun of life in America. How long have I wanted to do this? You're flying to America? Oh, I've seen this one already, but we can watch it again. Okay, that's fine. Yes, we are moving here. America is the freest country in the world. A land of opportunity. Are you here with your husband? Yes, we're here together. He will come soon. And here's my husband. Get acquainted. Emily. Sorry, mister. Passengers behind you, vegetarians. $100 for a thing that never ever happened in a single plane. Good straw man.
Мы же их не заставляем это.
Простите.
Classic.
Принято придерживаться принципа демократии. Позвольте, я это заберу.
Yes, you're not allowed to eat meat on a plane next to vegetarians. In America. Everywhere else it's allowed.
What do you want? В очередь встань в туалет.
I want to go to the toilet. Простите, мистер, что случилось?
Да вот парень без очереди лезет тут.
И что? Вы не хотите его пропустить?
Я? Конечно, конечно. Его надо пропустить. Мы подождем.
Yes, we always let black people cut in line as well. That is actually the law in the US. Black people get to cut in line. Jesus Christ. One thing I could say in favor of Russian conflict is that it's kind of weird, in my opinion, how many non-Ukrainian soldiers there are in Ukraine. Well, that's the advantage of having foreign support and a foreign legion, I guess. I got more, however. All right, shoot. Putin said today in response to Germany sending tanks to Ukraine that Germany is just an American colony since World War II, fueling a big conspiracy theory view that we are having problems with here. The cheeky fucker. That conspiracy has been going on since the start of the war and even beforehand. This idea that all NATO members and all EU members are just vassal states to the US has been propagated constantly. I've had to fight against it time and time again when I get like Z posters in chat. Wait, but NATO members are vassal states to the US. What do you mean? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. It's correct. What do you mean? I have a political science degree. Wow. Okay. Now, clearly I'm wrong now. No, look. It turns out that countries within NATO are capable of having their own foreign policies and their own internal policies. And when they choose to align with the US, they do so. When they choose not to align with the US, they choose not to. NATO is functionally, literally, just a defensive pact. It's been more, historically, and like a clear alliance and geopolitical line of distinction between the... Stop, guys. Between the US versus the USSR, etc., etc. Yes, but even then, even back then, France is a prime example of it. Indeed, Kino. France was able to separate itself from NATO, for example, for a while. Everybody knows this. How are you arguing against this? All political analysts have a consensus that U.S. soft directs European foreign policy, like in this war or like in the war in the Middle East. Oh yeah, remind me. Oh yeah, wait, by the way, there are European countries that did not go to war in Iraq. They went to war in Afghanistan because U.S. invoked Article 5 of NATO for Afghanistan, so NATO allies had to show support to the U.S. But war in Iraq, there are countries that refused it. How is that soft directing European foreign policy, where countries can refuse to go to war for the U.S. and suffer no consequences from it? We're still allies. Interesting how your analysis completely misses that. Not to mention, you're right, soft power doesn't even mean being a vassal state. Being a vassal state is a completely different can of worms. Oh wait, I didn't read the end of your sentence. You did mention the anti-Bush and anti-Iraq war sentiment. Yeah. EU generally follows whatever US tells it to do. Okay, so when the US now has to follow EU regulations on products because of the EU economic power, is the US a vassal state of the EU? Economically speaking, obviously you're talking about foreign policy, but just follow the analogy. When a state has influence over another state, does that suddenly mean they're a vassal state? We are allied with the US and have been historically for decades now. Obviously, there is influence going both ways, honestly. As far as I know, the US doesn't have to follow any regulations on anything, lol. Well, still they are. Somehow, when EU introduced GDPR, a bunch of US websites started to introduce cookie regulation pop-ups. When EU introduces regulations on specific products that need to be marketed in both the EU and the US, guess what? A lot of US companies make the calculation and see that the bottom line is it's cheaper to follow the regulations all across the board than have separate logistic lines in the US and in the EU. Obviously, it's up to each company to decide how they handle their logistics and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, yes, the EU also has influence over big things happening in the US. These pop-ups are such a scam alarm. You have to unselect and agree like 10 times not to have cookies. Yeah, there's varying the quality of the pop-ups are varying levels. Yes. But remember, Google was supposed to be fined by EU even 10 years ago for monopolistic practices, and nothing came of it. Yeah, true. There's still a lot of work to be done in the EU with regards to, especially like big tech multinational companies like Google. I agree with you on that. Especially when it comes to taxation, Ireland being a tax haven, there are big issues in the EU concerning that. That being said, that goes into like specific treatment, like tax havens in the EU, handling of those kinds of policies inside the EU. I don't think that has to do with necessarily U.S. Governmental power. Like I don't remember ever the U.S. government intervening in favor of Google. Right? It's just Google directly negotiating with this EU state. But you have a point as well, yeah. I would say Silicon Valley regulation is very niche and not something that foreign policy groups of U.S. federal government cares about all that much, as long as the EU, 1, doesn't try to develop their own military potential, 2, doesn't try to make moves on the foreign stage. The U.S. foreign policy establishment is happy to let them be. Dude, I live in France. France has been consistently active on the foreign policy stage on developing its own military potential. France is the only nuclear power in Europe that has its own independent nuclear power that is completely free from the NATO chain of command, that is completely free from any sort of U.S. influence. The U.S. never did anything about it. France has nukes, but they're not allowed to use them. Of course they are. It's just that France is one of nearly every nuclear state that has a no first strike policy. What do you mean they're not allowed to use them? Anyways, yo, Kino, chill the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. And France has been has developed over all those years not only a very, very widespread foreign policy of influence, especially across Africa. France has been stirring shit in Africa for decades now, in various ways, deploying its army actively as well. The U.S. doesn't get to tell France to do or not to do any of those things. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what Chinchilla just said. Nobody is allowed to use nukes. It's an international doctrine of not using nukes. And France is a sovereign nation. Exactly. That's my whole point. I just really hate. Okay, Rocket. Like you're bringing up interesting points, but just don't take sovereignty away from countries just because they're allied with the U.S. That's insane. That's absolutely batshit insane. France has nuclear power. Yes, they do, Gobinist. Long time no see. How are you doing, Gobinist? If France started acting independent of US, I bet US would try to bring democracy to France real quick. Dude, France literally left NATO. Like, France literally left NATO command for decades. When was it? France leaving NATO command. In 1963, France withdrew from NATO command. And in 1966, General de Gaulle officially announced that France intended to withdraw from the alliance and demanded that all NATO bases be removed from French territory. France only joined NATO back. France rejoins NATO. When was it exactly? 2009. For 40 years, France had left NATO, and that was that never was a problem in France-US relations. Can you make an emote suggestion channel in Discord? Oh, good idea. Let me write it down. Thank you for the suggestion, Magic Turtle. Discord, make emote suggestion channel. Sure. What about Finland and Sweden? They weren't new. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm done. I said what I had to say. Luxembourg. I get Finland and Sweden aren't like the biggest powers in the world, but okay. Anyways, like the vassal state thing is so fucking overused. It just doesn't fit the reality that I know. Why is France still in the EU if they see great losses from being a part of the Union? They also see great gains. All I'm hearing is a lot of cope. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just coping, okay? I would say generally EU follows US lead on international stage. Okay, now do you understand, Rocket, that is a completely different statement from saying that the EU and NATO members are vassal states to the US? You understand there's a whole different... There's a whole spectrum between following US lead on important foreign policy questions and being vassal states, especially when they don't really always follow the lead, when they negotiate with the US constantly, when they push back against things they disagree with. What are the gains aside from political soft power? Access to the European market, I'd say, is the biggest one. If you have any belief in the economic liberal approach, which most French leaders have had for the past decades, then you can only see the EU and the free trade agreements as a huge boon to every single country participating in it. Even if France does pay a lot into it, that then goes to other countries of the EU to develop their economies and their cultures, etc. That's like a slightly softer version of me calling them vassal states. Lol. Okay, so all this, and I got you to admit that it's slightly softer. Okay. You can access a part of the European market without being a European Union member, like the Swiss. Well, yeah, but then you have to negotiate it all separately. But yeah, that's feasible as well. Fundamentally, you have to also understand it through a historical lens, Gobinist. The EU was founded because of the liberal, not in an economic sense, but in a foreign policy sense, the liberal ideology of foreign policy. Let me go full screen for this. Dictates that intertwining countries' interests is a reliable path for peace. And after Europe was torn apart by war 3 times in 60 years, it was decided that the best way to set up for peace, for a future for Europe, was to set up a strong partnership between France and Germany that then got expanded to other European countries. France is literally one of the 2 most important founding partners of the EU. In a historical sense, obviously it doesn't have the same role anymore, but in a historical sense, an EU without France loses a lot of meaning. And I think that also matters a lot. Like, those things have inertia. Those decisions were historically extremely important. Thank you. You didn't get me to admit anything. I could double down if you want. I don't want you to double down. I want to convince you because you're wrong. Woo! I got you to admit that what I said was reasonable and probably correct, which means you do agree that generally EU is inferior and subordinate, like a lapdog of the US. Okay, dude. That's quite funny because the Brits might have wanted to go for the Swiss model, but the Swiss model is basically doing anything the EU wants, but you're considered neutral with some exemptions when it comes to your financial market. The EU model's final goal really is a European federation. It's a horrible cultist ideology of globalism. France continues to be a part of the EU because its leaders follow that ideology. I like the idea of federalism. I like the idea of maybe not globalism the way it's been, it has its flaws the way it's being implemented, the way it's increased inequalities in certain situations and led to abuses between unequal actors on the global stage. But I think globalism is a good thing. I think humanity coming closer together, humanity finding what we have in common instead of our differences, is a good thing. I like it. I like the idea of it. Is it a difficult idea? Sure, it's not an easy idea. Is the EU successful at it? In some ways it is, in other ways it isn't. The EU has its flaws, but I think the experiment of the EU overall is rather a success, and I would be very, very sad to see it fail. I think even with its flaws right now, it could still be fixed. I believe in fixing the system, not in throwing it away. I don't like the idea of global dictatorships, and I don't like social engineers planning everybody's future. That's a bad idea. Nothing I said believes that there should be global dictatorships or social engineers planning everybody's future. Nothing I said was in support of that. But that caveat being said, I fully agree with you, Rocket. Yes, those are bad things. Those would be bad things indeed. Tell France that they have to meld with Italy and see what happens. Like once Le Pen gets elected, I'm sure Meloni and Le Pen are gonna have a lot to meld about. Let's be real. Not gonna lie, XQC looking slick in this picture. Yo, the shoes. Okay. Meloni is in love with European federalism. Wait, what? I thought she was like super far right wing. What is Meloni's thoughts on the EU? Let me double check. Thank you, Chinchilla. Meloni opinion on EU. Giorgia Meloni rejects fascism and embraces EU in first speech. Far-right PM Giorgia Meloni says Italy committed to EU, NATO, and Ukraine on Tuesday, October 25th. Huh, interesting. I guess Ukraine changed the I guess Ukraine really changed the game when it comes to right-wing European parties. Being anti-EU was one of the main talking points of European parties that were aligned along like Meloni's lines. But ever since the war in Ukraine, everyone's turned their coat on it. If Meloni is the Italian chick, then she's not right-wing at all. She's just not far left. No, come on. She is definitely right-wing. She is definitely right-wing. She just... But let me double check, though, because it's not like I know what she's been saying for a while. So who's the baddie, Crowder or Daily Wire? Give me the rundown. Oh, yeah, you missed it. If you want to see me go through all this stuff, it's in the VOD, CryPie. All of it is in the VOD. But the rundown is... I'm on Daily Wire's side. I'm a Ben Shabibo pimp. I'm a Ben Shabibo simp now. Bernie Boy is actually based. He's not even based. He just did nothing wrong. Bernie Boy actually did nothing wrong. Yeah, Italian politician, not right wing. Pick one. Italy has a major problem with immigration. They have seen a 0% to 20% increase in immigration as a percent of their population in the last 15 years or something. Yeah, I've heard they had problems with it. Sure. And that's the platform she got elected on. Italy has like a really bad problem with immigration. No joke, because all African immigrants go to Italy, which is the most southernmost country. Yeah, it's the first stop from when you're crossing the Mediterranean for a lot of people. Yes. Right wing privately. No, I didn't say privately. I just want to see what she's said before the war on Ukraine, when in her political career. I said I did not utter the word privately a single time. Why is it right-wing to not want millions upon millions of poor, probably uneducated immigrants into your country that have statistical trend to get into crime? Because you're already extremely exaggerating the situation. No one's getting millions of immigrants in like any given year. Well, except Poland, who took in like 4 million Ukrainian refugees in just months. But usually those things happen a lot slower. As for regulating immigration, I'm not against it. I consider myself left-wing, and I do think that some level of regulating immigration makes a lot of sense. So I actually don't even necessarily fully disagree with you on that. That shouldn't constitute whether someone's right-wing or left-wing. However, oh shit, Scoopster, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Yo, Chinchilla, Emin, Soap. Lesilau, Sinewave, all of you got the Subarus. Oh, thank you so much. Dodged. Good job, Fate. All right. Yo, CM Garrett, welcome to the stream. All right, so immigration, yeah, no, I think you can be left wing and be okay with regulating immigration. I think the way you talk about immigration is what really reveals the ideological split between left wing and right wing. Where I see right wing politicians talk about really demonize immigrants, dog whistle, like borderline racist talking points, where left wing people would talk about simple, like more simple necessities. It is hard as a person on the left to talk about immigration, which is a problem. I think that's stupid, and we should be doing better. But I don't know. Anyways, moving on. Sweet Dweeverman, Zed Dweeverman, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Bernie, like Bernie Sanders, he's probably communist, privately at least. Wait, what? What are we talking about, Bernie? What happened between Shapiro and Crowder? I'm out of the loop. Crowder accused the Daily Wire of offering him a predatory contract, and then the contract was revealed and explained, and it's basically not predatory at all. And Steven Crowder is a big drama queen, basically. No, really, look at Canada and the crime wave, mostly from immigration. I don't know about Canada's immigration or crime wave or whatever. Generally, what I've seen, and maybe it's not the case right now for what you're talking about, Male Rights USA, I could be wrong on that, but what I've seen very, very often is moral panics about crime waves that are not reflected in the statistics, are just feels over reals, basically. So I don't even know if there is a crime wave, but if there is a crime wave, okay, let's assume that. And is it caused by immigration? Maybe it is. And maybe Canada is taking in too many immigrants. That is something that might have to be considered. But I'd rather just look at the facts then. Basically, the Overton window today is so insanely far left that a right-wing politician may be privately right-wing, but all those policies are like center or center-left at best. Seems like a right-winger. She's not. Her policies are centrist. I think your personal Overton window is just really, really right-wing at this point, honestly. I think the center of your Overton window is just right-wing. I'm not demonizing immigrants. I never said you were demonizing immigrants. I'm talking about right-wing politicians demonizing immigrants. I think it's fine to regulate immigration within the EU more because we are doing this grand project with open borders, which can have issues. Yeah, and there's also a lot of social... The main thing also, just from a purely economic perspective, the EU has mostly socialist welfare states. Socialist welfare states only function when everyone within the state is contributing back into the system. So obviously, there is a limit to how many people you can take into the system at any given point. And that limit... it should be quantified. That's all. That would be perfectly normal. Quantify how many immigrants you can take in, how many you can take in without putting an undue strain on the social system, until they can fully integrate in society, have a job, and start paying back into the system. And once they are functional within society and paying back into it, then you can take in more immigrants. It's not complicated. That's what I would advocate for personally. Just go with pure quantitative facts. What's wrong with demonizing immigrants if you're literally facing a historical wave of immigration that has never been seen outside of active colonization efforts? Because it's not the immigrants' faults. Why do you think the countries those immigrants are running away from are shit shows? Like 90% of those cases are countries that are currently still or have been until very recently actively exploited by European colonial powers. Now, I'm not saying we should pay reparations, but we should at least understand the cause and effect there. We should at least understand that a large part of our material well-being and our material wealth was directly built out of the suffering of those people that are making them have to run away from their countries in the first place, right? Like, there is a causality there that is really important to keep in mind. So demonizing the immigrants is completely missing why they are here in the first place. More Russian propaganda, okay. If the immigrants came with muskets and came on wood boats, we'd call them imperialists. Yeah, because they would be an invading force. That's a completely different situation. Okay, let me skip ahead. Okay, minimizing Andy. I'm not saying all the arguments around immigration are valid, but I'm also not saying that immigration in millions versus a slow trickle isn't really like a really big problem for most developed countries. I did not understand that sentence. Well, welfare states only function when there's not that many welfare claimants. If the entire population is on welfare, who makes the French fries people buy on welfare bucks? That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Worldwide minimum corporate tax is necessary. Unironically true. Strange why immigrants want to go to neighboring countries, but the rich European ones instead. Because they're looking for better material conditions, and there are better material conditions in Europe than their own countries. But also, most people do stop at the first countries that are peaceful. Honestly, like when war broke out in Syria, do you know where most of the refugees went in the end? Turkey. Turkey took on most of the refugees in the end. That's it. Like, people do tend to go to the neighbors if they're at least somewhat peaceful and they can live their lives there and they're taken care of on some level. Oh no, how dare we demonize the problem? No, I'm saying the immigrants are not the problem. I'm saying we solve problems by looking at the causes. You want to solve the symptom, Rocket. You are literally solving the symptom without addressing the original problem, which is why people immigrated in the first place. You're closing your eyes to the reality of why those things are happening. I just think we should help them in their own country. Oh, so now we are agreeing. Yes, there is a reason why they had to emigrate. Good. At least we have a common basis for that. I can appreciate that. They immigrated because they could. You yourself just said we should help them in their own country. Do you not understand that there are problems in the countries that cause the immigration in the first place? A debate on immigration. I see. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Alex. Alex Zelaya. Yep, we got sucked into debating the basically the ethics of being pro or anti-immigration on a more fundamental level. Oh God, Gobinist, come on. They immigrate because their civilization is not cultured enough. What kind of wacky ethno-nationalist bullshit is that? Jesus Christ. Gob, lol, you are trolling. Okay. Oh yeah, right. I know you used to come to this chat often, Gobiness, but I didn't remember if you are a troll or not. They didn't immigrate because of wars or because of some other crap. Most of them are from countries like Nigeria, developed African countries relatively. Dude, get Crowder in here and still truth pump. Dude, come on. Like, yes, there are some African countries that are much better off. But the crux of the immigration is from the countries that are worse off, and even the countries that are better off, there are still countries that are suffering from extreme inequality and exploitation that justify a lot of economic movement for people who are looking for better lives. Not including an ethnic element into your political analysis would quite literally be reductionist. Yes, I'm okay with reducing the human species to a single people. So what if they come here in millions, they'll suffer even worse poverty? Yep, that's why earlier I said I agree that countries should be able to regulate their immigration. Look at fucking London. Tell me it's not a knife-infested third world shithole today. Dude, you are just spouting off the wacky like right-wing talking points about like European cities now. You realize the no-go zones in European cities are propaganda. They aren't like there are problems in European cities. I'm not going to deny that, but like you're all the way out on the other end. I'm sorry, I didn't realize not wanting European cultural genocide was me being right-wing. Yes, if you think immigration is European cultural genocide, there is something weird. There is something wacky with your worldview. I genuinely believe that. Native European culture in a capital city like London. Yes, truly. Truly. Next topic. Let's talk about how white men are the most oppressed class on Earth. Truly, that is the most pressing issue of all issues. True. Actually, sorry, I was wrong. I forgot. It's white, cis, male gamers. It's always the gamers. The gamers are the most oppressed class of all. Okay, moving on. Russian propaganda time.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy.
Dude looks like the Riddler from that latest Batman movie. Am I wrong or am I right? Dude, this is literally the Riddler. The Batman movie with the guy from Twilight. Like, I just want to see the latest one, the last one. Yeah, there you go. It's actually him. It's actually him. Jim Carrey? No, I wasn't thinking of Jim Carrey. I was thinking of this guy. I forgot the name. I don't know the name of the actor.
So tender and warm, sleeping.
Where's Batman movie? I liked it. I genuinely enjoyed it. Oh, right, because we're out of electricity. Because... and we're out of gas. And, that was the hamster. They ate the hamster. Oh no. Not far from truth in France? Come on. It's cold right now, but this is not the situation. We're eating our own pets next Christmas. That's the propaganda. Yep. All right, let me catch up with the wacky discussions. Bad argument. Putting polar bears and grizzlies together is bad. They are both bears, but they are not living in the same zone, and thus they should stay. So it turns out there's this crazy thing. Human beings are actually just one single species, and we have so much more in common than we have differences. In fact, the differences between like different ethnicities are insignificant. They actually don't really matter, especially not on a biological or instinctual level. Well, instinctual a bit, but this is the thing that makes us special, is that we can be better than our instincts. We are not lizard-brained. We can actually do things that go against our instincts. We can choose to be better than whatever wacky biological determinism you're espousing in your sentence. Feminism today is like, take all the men's jobs, ignore all of correct MRA talking points, and also if a woman has a hair touched on her head, it's immediate gender violence, which means we go back to traditionalist viewpoints on women. Rocket TTX, you're no longer attacking strawmen. You're fucking charging at windmills here, like, and you're talking like, I understand you're probably like kind of new to the stream, or like this is the first time you're watching me, dude. I hate that when feminism ignores like correct MRA talking points. I think feminists should absolutely acknowledge the realities that MRAs bring up. I think that there are a lot of feminists out there who are misandrous. They aren't actually feminists, they are just misandrous, and I understand that and I acknowledge that. But that is not what feminism is about. That is not to go full like no true Scotsman, but that is not real feminism. That is just wacky people latching on to an ideology, taking it to an extreme so they can feel superior to others. And guess what? That's like what people do with a lot of your talking points when it comes to racism and ethno-nationalism and all those other things. And I'll critique it. I'll critique it from feminists. I'll critique it from people who go full-on racist. It's that easy. It's that easy. I can see what's good in feminism. I can see what's bad. It's not that hard. Isn't it weird how this year's Christmas and New Year's Eve wasn't celebrated as much? Might be because of the national nihilism. Or I don't know. I celebrated it fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds anecdotal, Andy. No, in France, prices are going up as fuck. I know. I live in France. Our prices are insane. But yeah, I do hope. I saw an article today. Alex, are you from France? I saw an article today that apparently we're going to renegotiate, or at least Macron's government wants to renegotiate the Tu es français? Ouais, j'habite à Paris. Macron's government wants to renegotiate the EU electrical grid deal. France has been getting fucked in the EU electrical grid deal for years now. And I'm not a fan of Macron, but I really fucking hope he manages to renegotiate that shit, because like supplying everyone with electricity with our like nuclear power plants and all that shit, when now suddenly everyone's like, oh no, we don't have gas, we shouldn't be burning coal, etc., etc. It's a bit painful. Okay, Cape shit, Batman debate. Humans aren't a single species. That's been proven by archaeologists. What are you talking about? Homo sapiens is a species. The Neanderthalis is a different species, sure, but like, come on. We can all breed together. We're all a single species. That's literally the definition. Rocket Unhinged, mod him. Yes. They are significant. For example, African people are able to survive/defend themselves from some forms of sickness that European people are less resistant to. Black people have less skin cancer too. Yes, I understand how melanin works. I understand the sickle cell mutation, how it's related to how it's selected for by because of the evolutionary pressure of what's called malaria, etc., etc. Yes, we have variations. But those variations don't matter when it comes to living in a society together. I'm 100% correct, and you know I am. Feminism is once silent on men, not the feminists I follow. I can point you to one of the most influential feminist content creators online, ContraPoints, on her video about men's rights. And she absolutely acknowledges that most men are absolutely suffering in modern society. That is not a hot take in feminist circles. She's absolutely dope. I simp for her hard. Silent on men versus women treatment in courts and justice system. Silent on divorce courts and paternity courts. And those are problems. Those are, my understanding is those are problems that are kind of more specific to U.S. society. I haven't seen them that much in European countries. But yes, those are problems. 2 is all about HR over-prosecuting men in the workplace and falsely elevating women in place of men for same jobs. And 3 finally has no problems with reading old norms about women not being allowed to be hurt or harmed by men in any kind of social conflict situation, which is 100% traditionalism. You're picking and choosing the worst advocates for feminism. Like that's why I'm saying you're like fighting against windmills here. No one's going to defend those people. No one here is going to defend those people. Inflation post-pandemic, it was to be expected, but society has total fish brain and forgets where it's at every 5 minutes. The war in Ukraine did not help. Like, especially if we're talking about EU energy, electricity prices, gas prices, all that stuff. It's post-pandemic inflation plus the war. It really is a lot more stuff going on than just that. Macron, worst president ever. I don't know enough. I don't know enough like what every French president did. I don't know if I would call him the worst president, but yeah, he's not great. Short meme. Okay, let's click it. There are many different species of humans, has been proven, and some descend from different humanoid species. That's just wrong. The scientific consensus is that humanity is just one species. The Homo sapiens is just one species. Macron is smart as fuck. He is, absolutely. Never said he was stupid. Point me. ContraPoints is a centrist who frequently agrees with people on both sides. ContraPoints is a lefty feminist. ContraPoints is not a feminist like Anita Sarkeesian is a feminist. Okay, dude. Okay. Okay, Gobinist. I'm gonna be real with you. No. I'm merely arguing that one, most feminists are like this, and they are. What's your source? Okay, literally, what's your source on most feminists being misandrist, like power-hungry bitches who only want to make men subservient? Where is your source on that? Seriously, what's the polling? If we start polling like feminist circles, how many do you actually think will deny that like the MRA issues and all that stuff, if being put in front of the facts? Because I'll concede one thing. In my interactions with feminists, it is sad how many women claim to be feminists and will actually just not know about the suicide rates of men, homelessness rates for men, not realize that when what's his name, when Jordan Peterson talks about men being privileged, that it's only a select few men that are privileged, that most men are the shitheels of society. Yes, those things need to be talked about, and women need to know about them, whether they're feminists or not. They absolutely need to know about that. And a lot of them don't know about it. But that doesn't mean that they deny it. They just don't know about it. They haven't been educated. There's not enough communication done on those issues. And whenever I had an interaction with a feminist and I brought them up, either they already knew about it and they were educated and they agreed that those are problems, they agreed with me, or they did not know about it, and once they had to face the facts, they had to concede. Yes, actually, men also are suffering in society, and they have to face those issues. They do not want to know. Some don't want to know. Yeah, it's a hard thing to hear for them. It's a hard thing to hear when you've been brought up in this mentality of that men are the enemy and that you are the victim, etc., etc. But newsflash, human beings are actually pretty flexible, like especially IRL. Online shit happens, okay? Online people are wacky, and I'm experiencing that right now with this chat. But IRL, you can have such better discussions, honestly. Like it's like y'all need to touch grass if you think feminism is just this wacky, misandristic, extremist thing. ContraPoints is a feminist like Biden is a feminist. Oh, God. No, feminism is a core part of ContraPoint's identity, is at least my analysis. I wholeheartedly disagree. The origin of our species from Gobinist. Oh, no. Hey, oh, is that the Nord keyboard behind you? Yes, I got it used. It is. I'm bored of you. You gave me nothing but weak minimizing arguments that you tried to minimize and steer in the direction. Ah, yes. You really got me there. I presented counter arguments, and all you have to say is, your arguments are weak. Get the fuck out of here. Seriously, suicide is a big problem. Had my own struggle with it. Sucks. Damn, that sucks to hear. I'm glad you're still alive. I'm glad you made it out of it. First wave feminism was good, but we're talking about toxic modern feminism. There's good stuff in modern feminism as well, honestly. There's good stuff with modern feminism as well. Especially, I think a lot of people really misunderstand intersectionality, both on the left and on the right. But I think intersectionality gives us a very useful tool for understanding, well, various oppression dynamics in society that you wouldn't have with other tools. That's just one example. The fact that modern feminism is I'm sometimes on the fence on certain aspects of like sex positivity. Some people definitely take it way too far, but it being sex positive, I think I'm personally rather for that. I think that's a good thing. and it being much more LGBTQ friendly, right? Like the TERFs generally is like harken back to an older interpretation of feminism, whereas modern feminism, at least my understanding, is basically thought of and built from the ground up to be trans friendly. All right. I guess today was fun. We got our debate on. Probably should have offered like one of you to just hop into Discord. It would have been better than just like typing walls of text and whatnot. But it is midnight now, so I am going to raid out. Who am I going to raid out into? You know what? Tiberius. Tiberius D is going to get the raid. Tiberius is going to get the big D. That's what's going to happen. Why? Because I'm actually invited to his show on Saturday. Oh, I skipped the short meme. Okay. No, it's for tomorrow. It's going to be for tomorrow, Magic Turtle. I am going to be on... I got invited on Tiberius's show for on Thursday. So, you know what? Got to pay it forward. I actually say that they should invite you. Oh, shit. Chinchilla backdoor networking for me again. Thank you very much, Chinchilla. All right. Raid Tiberius_D. I'll post the exact time on my Discord if you want to make sure you're there for when it happens, etc., etc. Please join my Discord. You'll know I post when I go live, etc., etc. So yeah, that will be that's a good way to follow my channel and my content and whatever. Do we know the subject already? No spoilers, not yet at least. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Even the people I disagreed with, I hope you have a good time, a good day, morning, evening, whatever time it is. Hope you enjoyed the fighting regardless. Don't say etc. It shows poor English. Yes, but it shows great Roman. And yeah, have a good time. Rocket TTX, don't harass people. Like you're being really kind of borderline here, okay? If someone doesn't want to, like, seriously, fuck off, dude. Anyways, bye bye.